Hello out there, everyone. It's I, Dr. Dino, accompanied by Beamsy. Should have a fun video for y'all tonight. How are you, Beamsy?
Looking forward to the suffering.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of it. So tonight's topic is radiometric dating, which, geology has to use pretty often. So we learn a bit about it. But even from my undergrad understanding, I know they get a lot of stuff wrong in this video. Speaking of the original video, it is a compilation from Standing for Truth. Bunch of different presentations, but oh well, I might as well get started.
The biggest thing that really grinds my gears with them, they think radiometric dating is carbon dating.
Yeah, a lot of them do. I think McQueen slips up the script in this and mentions we use other isotopes. But
that's why radioisotope dating is actually the correct way to word it. But we'll stick with the common vernacular.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe should we give a super quick overview of how it works?
There are many different ways that it works, but the simplest way to explain it is first we need an uncontaminated sample. This is where we use things like zirconium crystals for, because once a zirconium crystal is formed, it cannot have any more elements actually imbued into it because the lattice is so tightly woven. This is why in some cases, like in uranium lead dating, lead cannot be imbued into zirconium crystals while it's forming. So we know that any uranium and any lead inside this zirconium crystal, the uranium would have had to have been there from the beginning, and the lead would have been formed by the decay of the radioactive element of uranium to lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have a very accurate parent-daughter ratio. We don't randomly go, oh, there's a rock, let's go and jab that and again count how many isotopes in it.
Yeah, so we don't, or do we date rocks?
No, we actually date individual samples within it. That's why it's called bracketed dating, because some samples will give variations of different dates, and you need multiple data points to get, okay, this is the oldest it can be, this is the youngest it could be, the date is somewhere in between. The more data points you get, the more accurate you can become, and the more different radiometric dating methods you use, the more accurate you become even then.
Okay. And so are we assuming anything in doing this? What horrible, evil assumptions are we making when we perform these techniques?
That reality is real.
I mean, yeah, basically.
That's literally the only assumption that we make, is that anything that we can understand reality is real. And that's the only assumption that we do make. And yes, it is a basal assumption, but it's kind of a necessary assumption if you wish to operate within reality.
Mm-hmm. And just in case anyone likes a visual, so here is, or when we're doing radiometric dating, what we analyze is like Beamsy said, what we analyze is the amount of daughter product versus parent isotope. And the more daughter product you have in proportion to the parent isotope, the older the sample is going to be. That's kind of just how this stuff works. So if you go out there and you find a rock and you analyze the crystals in it and find out it has a 1-to-9 ratio of parent to daughter, Well, we can just follow the curve here. 10% of the stuff you find is parent, so it's about 3 and a bit half-lives in age. And then, just convert that to years. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward.
The explanation is straightforward, but the process is anything but.
Yeah, you got to get the crystals out. You got to clean them. You got to shove them into a mass spectrometer. It's simple conceptually, at least.
Yeah,
We get sample, we measure sample. It says how old.
it's just a lot more fun than it sounds. Well, for crazy people. Well, it's just
You mean
fun
people
playing with
who
that
like
stuff.
rocks.
Yeah, it is fun playing with that stuff, though.
Yeah, it can be. We should probably begin.
Yeah, well, it gave enough time for people to jump in.
Yeah. Now we won't go with subtitles. Well, I will say I disagree with Bonnie on a lot of stuff, but he does have a good intro. Maybe a little dramatic.
As long as it's not overly dramatic.
I think it's a little overly dramatic. And then this happens.
Oh, I forgot Matt's got his own stupid thing.
Hey everyone.
Hi. Yeah, I didn't edit that. Just hi everyone, and then nothing.
Yeah.
Why?
And that title is kind of correct because it doesn't prove anything. It only gives us data points that we can use to analyze things. So,
Yeah.
technically speaking, it is correct.
Kinda.
Mm.
Oh, hey, Electromonk. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah. So, lovely introduction so far.
The only thing left for evolutionists to argue that the Earth is old is radiometric dating. And since it cannot...
No, not the only thing. Also, hi, Dave. Yeah, not the only thing. I mean, like, what other methods do we have? We have varves for one.
The date of lithifications. You've also got coral reefing, dendrochronology, a similar aspect of dendrochronology using for coral reefs. There are just so many different things you can actually go. It's not a matter of it proves something is old or not. It's a matter of these data points show that it couldn't possibly be younger. Otherwise, it would not be viable.
Yeah.
And
Also, James, who are you saying sounds like they're speaking into a tin can? I hope my audio is okay.
Probably me because I had the microphone to the side.
You've been sounding okay. Sorry, you were saying?
I've actually looked at all of these datings that they've done. Most of the time, they actually talk about iridium dating of these samples. And considering the half-life of iridium is in billions of years, it's just right.
Yeah.
This is why you need multiple data points and multiple pulls to actually get to a good date. these sort of
Mhm.
datings that they do, they pick one data point and one sample method, and that's a no-no. That's a big no-no.
Yeah, and what he has listed here, I mean, like obviously he doesn't freaking cite what he's talking about.
Evolutionists to argue.
Let me go back to actually there we go. Any clue what he's referencing here? Because otherwise he's just putting numbers on screen.
He's talking about some of the flood basalt that they get off Hawaii for the first one. There was in one. What was that volcano that erupted in Italy back in 1990? That was that from. The basalt from Italy, I'm not quite sure. And the obsidian was from one of the lava flows near Mount St. Helens.
Ah, okay. I mean, also he just says radiometric age here. Like, depending on the method you use, those are acceptable margins of error.
Yeah, and like I said, they only used one method to actually get that and one sample, so it's just you take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, no, what you have to do is you take 98 different samples from within the formation and break them down into a few thousand crystals. That's what you measure. And also make sure you do at least 2 or 3 different methods, just to be sure, for every sample. Oh yeah, and sorry if I'm saying this wrong. Salian here says, want to talk about older rocks included into lava? Yeah, that happens. That happens too.
And that's why you use multiple sample points as well as multiple samples. You can't just use one sample.
Yep, and when you get an aberrant result, analyze the heck out of it to see why.
Yeah, it's a matter of, ooh, that is interesting.
Yeah, what's going on here? Do I need to change everything for my study? It's due in like a week. Oh God, no!
Okay, it's not that bad, but yeah.
I that happened to me once for a project I had to do. I was crying.
Oh, that sort of one is just, oh no.
Well, there goes my free time for the next week.
Yeah.
And since it cannot get the dates of known ages correct, what makes us believe that it's reliable for rocks of unknown ages correct? Clearly.
Okay. Oh, more things. But what about when we do use it correctly and on things of known ages and we get correct ages?
Which happens
'Cause
more
we do that
than,
a lot.
Yeah. Do you see what the type they're using though? Potassium argon?
Yeah.
For 200 years?
Well, they also have it listed here for 1900 or 24,000 years.
What is the half-life of potassium argon again for the decaying aspect?
It's not 700 million, is it?
It's about 4 million.
4 million?
Yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, you can use it after about 1,000 years, though, can't you?
Yeah, you can. But on short dates like that, you'd use things like uranium or argon because it breaks down separately first. And that's got a shorter half-life. But who cares about that?
Wait, I thought potassium argon and argon were basically the same thing. You just converted the potassium to argon to make it simpler.
No, potassium, if there are actually argon within the sample itself, you can use the argon.
Oh, okay.
It really depends on what the sample is, but that's...
I thought it was just like a different methodology, same thing.
No, you can use argon 40 to argon 39, but then you've got potassium to argon 41, so that's a slightly different.
Okay. Also, apologies for beeping. Girlfriend is cooking a pizza. We're trying Chicago
In a
deep dish,
microwave.
hoping it goes okay. No, we're doing it in the oven. She just uses the microwave for a timer.
I'm still triggered.
But I don't know, for these first four examples they have here. Like, I feel like if they done it correctly, they should have gotten accurate dates. So I'm just wondering what's going on there.
That's the
Again, I
emphasis.
guess as creationists did a creationism. Sorry, what'd you say?
That's what the emphasis is, if they're honest.
Yeah.
Shall we talk about the
if we could see the sources?
Yeah, shall we talk about the Miller story about what he did with those dinosaur fossils?
Oh no. Oh no, no, no.
There is no collagen in the sample.
It is not only unreliable, but the fact that we know today that super heavy elements rapidly.
Okay, now I don't know what this is. Like, I've heard the term before, but I haven't looked into it. Do you know what the Z pinch capability is?
It's a method of actually breaking down radioactive elements into its more basal elements, but when bombarding it with massive amounts of energy.
Oh, okay. And I'm going to guess that can absolutely and does definitely happen in nature, huh?
Yes.
Decay into stable radiometric isotopes that date millions or billions of years old, even though they were just formed, proves that radiometric dating is no longer evidence for evolution or anything else for that matter.
Now, please present this into a natural occurrence rather than just inside of a plasma reactor or inside a fusion reactor. Oh, wait, they're the only places that happens. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and also, just again, evolution. Like, this isn't part of evolutionary theory, you freaking morons. I hate it when they do this. I hate it so much.
Doesn't matter how consistent their decay rates become after it cools, because the early stages of their formation have shown us that they actually form rapidly from super heavy elements through the process of Z-pinch, where these elements are quickly fissioned and decay into subatomic particles, isotopes, and radioactive elements. Not only that, when they do form,
Now, can we please go into the exact amount of energy that is required to do the Z-pinch method and how they actually accelerate them? How often do you find radioactive elements traveling at very high velocity under extreme levels of energy?
Wait, I know, BMZ. This is how they take care of the heat problem. It all went into putting the whole Earth into a freaking Z pinch.
Oh, do you know what that would do?
I'm envisioning one of those attraction things where you put a penny in and you roll it and it just squeezes into some local abomination. But to the Earth and all the life on it.
No, but think more of the aspect of that energy has to go somewhere. So where would all that energy go?
At a guess, boiling Noah and all the animals alive.
No, on the upside is if they actually want to do the Z pinch for the entire Earth, well, you wouldn't have to worry about Noah and the animals. They wouldn't even know what happened.
Oh, just instantaneously poof.
Give me a second. 66, 7, 3. If I'm correct, it will be about 555 million Kelvin in an instant.
That sounds survivable. Oh boy.
I don't even know anything that can get to that temperature, but
Here, just wait. He's gonna make it worse.
They form in the arrangement of elements that matches exactly what we find on Earth's crust today, observed at the Proton 21 laboratories in Ukraine.
no.
So what he's implying there I asked for a reason. He's just freaking implying that the whole planet went through this process, and that's why we can't trust radiometric dating.
And he's saying that we find the elements across the surface on this wonderful, lovely scale. No! If we did,
Yeah,
we
highly
wouldn't
doubt
need
it.
people like stratigraphists to actually find out where particular elements are.
Oh boy.
And why are the largest uranium deposits in Australia and not, the rest of the world don't even come anywhere near that level of uranium?
I mean, to be fair, do we know why there's so much uranium in Australia?
It's old.
Oh, just because it's not recycled mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's say on places on other continents with older crust, do those older crust deposits tend to have more uranium too?
Yes, that's why you'll find areas around South Africa where the very old are, where you'll find the Ordovician stuff. Same with the areas within France and Italy. Because Australia is, geologically speaking, a very stable environment, that's why the older elements you'll find in larger quantities, but you won't find much of the way that you'll find in some of the rare earth elements that you'll find in things like North America and China, because they're volcanically active, and you need volcanic activity to get those rare earth elements.
Okay. Although also Salian here in the chat again, I think Australia is also just a valid answer as to why something so dangerous is so concentrated there.
It's not that
Because
bad.
Australia. I mean, compared to a lot of places, Australia is kind of bad.
That's not the point. It's just not that bad.
Evolutionists claim that the Earth's radioactive elements came from material that evolved inside a star that exploded and the debris later formed.
Well, what is star stuff? Physicists aren't quite sure how the stars did it. That's from 2002. I'm not 100% sure that was accurate even in 2002.
No, that's... Shall we go to Frank Doyle, the person who did stellar nuclear synthesis? He was a creationist, and he came up with stellar nuclear synthesis, and it explains it quite clearly.
Yeah. What was that, back in the 60s?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so this quote's only a few decades out of date. Oh dear. Oh dear.
From material that evolved inside a star that exploded and the debris later formed to create Earth. But now we know stars cannot create any element above iron. So
no.
It's not the stars that did it, it's the action
okay,
of the
in a
supernova.
star, when the star dies, though, that's when you get the really heavy shit, and we know this. Wait. Admit
Besides mag,
supernovae cannot. Sorry, what?
I'm trying to understand where he's getting this from. We have no spectroscopic evidence that heavy elements have truly been produced. Okay? This one I will have to look into because I have a feeling that he's talking about in the core of the stars. So it was.
Yeah, just also, what are they calling heavy? Because they could mean a lot of things by heavy. Let's see. Swan 13. I have radioactive glow as a smoking gun. Yeah, so he's only quoting part of the title. Why is he only quoting part of the title?
I'm trying to match the title with the image that he's got because Flame 500.
I mean, he might just have picked a random nature, random nature. Wow, I can't talk. He just showing that. It might not
No,
be the actual issue.
I found it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. The actual title appears to be radioactive glow as a smoking gun. From the abstract, it seems like he's suggesting an alternative method to how we get like heavy atoms. Wow, that's quite the quote mine. If that's true.
Well, I've actually found the paper that he was talking about. Well, I've actually found the proper paper.
Oh, what's it about?
This will take me a little bit to read, sorry.
Nah, it's fine, it's fine. If you send me the link, I can put it on screen.
The observation of infrared emissions following a short gamma ray burst lends support to the hypothesis that mergers of compact binary systems causes such bursts. This has nothing to do with supernova.
Yeah, like I said, it seems like he's just providing an alternative hypothesis.
But this has got nothing to do with supernova. These are binary systems that actually create bursts when they merge. It's got nothing to do with supernova.
Oh, so it's an extra special quote mine, huh?
Yeah, they're talking, in this particular one, they're using the evidence of consisting of two neutron stars creating a black hole. It's not even the same thing.
Oh boy. I think someone needs to put raw mat back in the oven.
So how could their theory be true? It can't. Evolution has been dealt its death blow regarding radiometric dating.
Oh boy. I mean, dating by what method? What are they talking about right there? Because I don't trust Matt to give us an honest quote.
Considering what happened with his last quote.
Yeah, like, I mean, sure, dating a rock sample is a hypothesis, basically. Like, that's all it could, well, Kinda. Hmm. Ooh. Let's see. Okay, who are? So I'm gonna guess this is supposed to be a quote for here, but or from the 11 science questions for the new century, but no, we do know. We've known for a few decades now, Matt.
And it's nothing about precisely. Yeah, we don't know the exact process that it goes under because it's during the outer core, during the explosion and a massive influx of energy. That's where all the heavy elements come from. But do we know the exact process that goes under? No. Do we know the exact process that the graphite that we actually put under 30,000 pounds of Durex and detonate to create diamonds? Do we know the exact process that goes under? No, because we cannot look at an explosion, especially of that magnitude.
Yeah. But we do know that it happens. And we know that once the process is finished, we have this.
But what about the Earth? They have been telling us that Earth's core has three main sources of energy, which are potassium, uranium, and thorium. If this is the case, then why don't we find more?
What's that?
There is more than just those three.
I mean, he is listing it as the main sources, which I'm not sure how they hold up as the main sources, but I could believe it.
Well, they're the main radioactive sources, but there's other ways that the Earth's core gets heat.
Sorry, I just got pizza.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see this. I'll put it into the chat as well, so that way they can have a read of it. I've got full access to this, so that's where I was reading the radioactive as glowing as a smoking gun.
Yeah, I don't have access, unfortunately.
I'll give you my login for later, so that way you can have a full read of it.
All right, would be fun. Would we appreciate it? But I don't know. I probably have my college ones somewhere.
Oh, that would work too.
Yeah.
But the first few lines pretty much sums it up, especially that first paragraph.
Yeah. Like, just really dishonest quote mine from Matt, basically.
Yeah, they're talking about the merging of neutron stars, and that's got nothing to do with nova and supernovae. Yeah, because it's a completely different process and a completely different energy release. But hell, what do I know?
Yeah. You have no idea about these things. Listen to the math. The math person.
Potassium, uranium, and thorium. If this is the case, then why don't we find more of it the deeper we go? Clearly, over billions of years, these heavy elements, like uranium, would be concentrated in the core. And if this were the case, then the oldest uranium would be at the core. And as it rises at the mid-Atlantic ridge.
Now, he starts going into some interesting hypotheses here.
Then logically, the closer you get to the ridge, the older the dating of the rocks would be. However, the exact opposite is true. The further you get from the ridge, the older the dates become. Now think about it. over millions of years, uranium would have made its way into the core of the Earth. This would be the oldest uranium, as it would have taken the longest amount of time to get there.
It doesn't matter how old the element is. All uranium on Earth was formed at the one event. So all uranium is approximately the same age. Doesn't matter where it is. This is why we can actually look at the percentage of uranium is decreasing over time. I guess I have to now talk about the natural nuclear reactor.
Which one?
Oklo. There is a mine called Oklo where they actually mined uranium. Inside of it, they found evidence of nuclear fission, not fusion. This means that at some time that the uranium inside of the Oklo mines would have been in contact with both water and of a high enough concentration of approximately 5% to create actual fissionable material.
All right. But this whole section here, though, is just Matt demonstrating he doesn't understand the mid-Atlantic ridges.
He also doesn't understand the way that radioactive elements behave. He doesn't understand the way that the convection currents of the Earth behave. He doesn't understand the way that heavy elements behave. He doesn't understand the way the mantle viscosity behaves. Can we keep going?
Yeah, there's a lot he doesn't frickin' understand. It's awful.
Then it would have pushed its way up through convection at the mid-Atlantic ridge, and decay would have began as it cools. Therefore, the further you get from the ridge, the younger the uranium would date.
No! No! How? How did you get this so ass backwards, Matt? How?
And it's not younger uranium. We would find less and less uranium. Not that we would find a younger or older uranium. It doesn't matter about the age of it because it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
We'll find a smaller sample of uranium and a higher concentration of lead within the samples as we go further away. No, we'll find younger and older. Just...
What the hell, Matt?
Vegeta, are you all right?
I don't know.
Just this aneurysm out of sheer stupidity.
Wow, I didn't think you were that stupid, Vegeta. Yeah, there's a reason Gutsick Gibbon hates Raw Matt. Yeah, I can see why.
Since we find the exact opposite is true, and the further away you get, the older the dates become. This is an invalidation of that theory, and now they admit that experiments show that there is no uranium or thorium at Earth's core. So the idea of the slow geologic process and the dates along the mid-Atlantic ridge prove nothing in regards to how old the Earth is. This is best explained by Noah's flood, as when the fountains
you're gonna like this.
of the Great Deep broke forth and opened at this location. The water currents pushed away from it these radioactive elements, which settled into the newly formed rock layers. This also explains why 90% of the heavy elements uranium and thorium are on the crust of the Earth and not deep within the mantle. It also explains why lower rocks in the crust of the Earth date older than on top, since radioactive elements are dated older, have more atomic weight. So we see uranium, which dates the oldest, in the lower levels because it weighs more. And the light.
So, I'm not sure I've ever seen someone be so efficiently wrong on every single point.
Because we find samples of all those elements all through the strata. So
Not just that. He's saying the heavy elements need to have fallen. The heavy elements should be concentrated in the oldest layers because they were deposited first during the flood. That definitely happened.
is he just trying a scatter shot to find that maybe one of these things will hit? Is it the old Texas sharpshooter fallacy that he's going for?
I'm not even that. I don't think he's even aiming anywhere near the broad side of the barn. He's shooting in the dirt and putting targets around the holes. It's horrific.
Lighter elements on the top, which date much younger. So, if young Earth creation were true, then nearly all of the radioactive elements would be concentrated on the crust because of Noah's flood. If evolution were true and deep time, this would have allowed the elements to sink all the way into the core. What do we find? 90% of all radioactive elements are in the crust of the Earth. But if that's not bad enough, distribution is very uneven. 50% of all the radioactive elements are in Australia alone.
All the strange words make sense.
Matt, that's not even what your source says. Oh, well,
He's adding 33 and 20%.
Yeah,
That doesn't actually equal 53%.
that's
of the radioactive
definitely
material.
how it works.
Australia has about 70% of the accessible radioactive uranium and thorium deposits.
Mm-hmm.
But there is actually even more of it in areas which you'll find around Yellowstone National Park and the volcanic areas of China or the volcanic areas of Italy. Those areas actually have an abundance of uranium, but the way that they're deposited, it's very difficult to actually access it and very expensive.
Okay.
But he thinks that 33% of the thorium and 20% of the uranium equals half the world's quantity of radioactive isotope. No!
Yeah, and I know I've heard the explanation before, but I forget. Why is it that so much of the heavy elements are in the crust? Like, specifically.
No. We don't actually find in any very much heavy elements within the viscous areas of the mantle. We also don't know how much heavy elements are within the core itself. So saying that we find most of it in the mantle is a misnomer. As far as we understand from what we can register, there's a higher concentration within the mantle than there is within the crust than there is within the mantle.
Yeah, I'm asking why that is.
Viscosity. The aspect of the way that, because of the viscous nature of the mantle, a lot of the heavier elements still settle down to the bottom of it, and therefore it doesn't actually bloom up during the upwells. So you'll find a very low concentration of the heavier elements are being recycled up, whereas you'll still find a high concentration of the silicas that are being brought up.
Okay.
It's just a
few
simple
active
aspect of
elements
mass
are
and it's just a simple application of the mass as well as the amount of energy that is being used into it.
Alrighty.
in Australia alone.
All the strange words make sense.
You see, Charles Lyell was a lawyer from England and a novice geologist, and he made up the geologic column that we have today. He did this with the intent of removing the biblical science from the education system, and it worked perfectly. Even
Okay. If this is presented truthfully, yeah,
It's
good.
not.
Science shouldn't be well, even if it was, science shouldn't be beholden. Shouldn't be tied to any specific religion.
But notice how he's actually saying that it's free the science from Moses. Why not from Noah? Because Noah is the one where the flood was. Do you know why he said Moses?
No idea.
Because of the Ten Commandments narrowed the field of view that you could actually look at things. He went to actually prove the idea of the Noah's flood. He went out there with the idea that, yes, I could use geology to prove Noah's flood. And the more that he did research, the more that he found, the less and less he followed that and going, this is looking less and less like it's young. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You mean the data made him question his worldview?
Yeah,
How
but the reason,
scandalous.
but that's why he also said that it's freeing the science from Moses. He was freeing the limitations placed on scientists by the Ten Commandments.
Okay. I did not know that was the context. But doesn't surprise me.
That's why it's a quote mine.
Yeah.
though he made the entire thing up and admitted it, and Darwin took his work and expanded on it, the entire thing is based on
Not
a lie.
even gonna look at it. Okay. So it's covered up by the numbers here, but this is from an article apparently titled something
In the beginning, the bulletin from 24th of June 2003.
Yeah. There's a general perception that there's a competition to get the oldest date. If it's titled in the beginning, do you think maybe they're just trying to find the oldest dated material? But that's not what we always do?
No, it's more about finding exact correct data would be the correct way of putting it, but they're looking for what is the earliest rocks. Of course they're trying to find the oldest.
Ugh. Just throwing Darwin in there? Okay.
So here's the next question I have that I think is important.
And yeah, so that was Raw Matt. Are you impressed?
I'm impressed with the gymnastics.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to be right back, but I can hear you if you talk.
And the unfortunate thing with David McQueen is he actually has some training in geology. He should know better. A lot of what he puts forward is a betrayal of the basics of it. Rawman is definitely one of the stupid fucking toddlers. Because I don't think standing for truth is a very appropriate name for them. The stupid fucking toddler is a much more fitting name for SFT. Considering the way that they scream and yell and carry on, and how little truth that they actually represent.
And back.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, do you think McQueen is misinformed? Is he lying? Like, did yeah? Because like you said, he does supposedly have a geology degree.
Well, all his background points out that he does. I think it's more the fact being he's gotten to the point he's now so old, he's scared of dying, and he's looking for comfort, and the only way he can find comfort in it is to abandon what he is.
Hmm.
And that might not be accurate. It's more of an aspect of you do see a lot of people as they get older, they grab more and more onto the religious aspects of it, and it's usually through fear of the unknown and what's going to happen to them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair. But
You can't. It's not something that you can definitively say this is what the problem is, because it might be multiple things. It might be that his age has gotten to him. It might be the fact being that he has more abandoned what he accepted before and has now gone that for a different area of comfort, even though it goes against what he knows, or he wasn't trained very well. There are many different possibilities.
yeah.
The Occam's razor of me basically says that given his age and the way that people his age usually behave, they usually fall into religiosity out of fear and because they want to keep going. They don't want to die.
Yeah. I mean, like, you're. I get that, but just you don't have to abandon science for a literal interpretation. There's so many Christians who don't.
But that's what I said. Just using what would be the simplest way to explain what's going on. It might be a lot more complex than that, but that's just an aspect of my point of view.
All right. Well, Donnie has a question for him. Let's see where it goes.
I've heard this being said by the critics quite a lot lately, Professor McQueen. So I'd like to get your thoughts on it, both you and George. So the critics claim that we cannot date rocks of known age because there's not been enough time for the decay of the parent isotope. And therefore, we would expect to get a wrong date. So in other words, they're saying that we shouldn't be looking to these examples of dates derived from rocks of unknown age because it's bad methodology. Is this just a rescue device, or what are your thoughts on this, gentlemen?
Yeah, it's a.
Can I just add a little bit to that? Well, Donnie, if that's the case, they should be giving a 0 date. If these things don't have the daughter elements, then they should be giving a 0 date.
Okay, time to give someone an understanding of the way that nuclear decay works. The idea of a half-life is not entirely accurate because the inherent instability of radioactive elements, you could actually burn something's half-life well within the initial time of its half-life. So that's why you can get inconcurrent ages. Like it could only be about 70 to 80% of its half-life, but have already gone through half of it. You will never find a ratio of 0 because as soon as something is decaying, you'll always get a sample of it. And as soon as you can get a registered sample of it, it will always lean more towards the 1 half-life period than it will towards the 0 half-life period. The issue with dating younger rocks using radioisotopic dating is it's all pushing towards that 1 half-life period, regardless of how young the rock is. Yes, the rock might be 20, 30, 200, 300, 500, 600 years old, but it will keep coming back with readings of closer to the 100,000, 1 million year mark, simply because of the aspect of if you can get a registered amount of the parent and the daughter element, it will push towards saying that, okay, that's closer to 1 half-life rather than 0.
Yep. I mean, basically, yeah. Put it better than I could.
If you actually look at any time that you do radioisotropic dating as well, it looks like someone took a shotgun and shot at a target, because the dates you'll get will be scattered around in one particular area. That is, again, because of the inherent instability of radioactive elements. Some of it could have decayed faster, some of it could have decayed slower, some of them could have decayed at the expected rate. This is why half-lives are an average, and it's why you need multiple samples of multiple different radiometric dating methods. You can't just use one. If you use multiple radiometric dating methods and they all suddenly say, okay, this one says 1 billion years, this one says 200,000 years, this one says 500,000 years, okay, this is a relatively new rock because we're getting very inconsistent dates to it. It's not getting closer to it. Whereas if you start getting rocks that are 1,000 or 2,000 years old, you'll get a lot more closer to the correct age. And anything over about 10,000 years old, you'll find that the margins or the scatter will shrink drastically.
Yeah, I mean, basically. And yeah, like you said, that's why we take so many samples. Just because the more samples you take, the more the individual variation becomes less and less important.
The aspect of actually using a newer method of dating is not because they're trying to show a way to calibrate it. In many cases, like with dendrochronology, you would actually use something that recently died or something that is actually fairly recent. Within radioisotropic dating, because of the way it behaves, you cannot use recently formed Earths simply because of the way that it works. It's just simple physics.
I'm guessing you were asking this.
Yes.
You're saying that in response to Dave here?
Yep.
If you want to respond to something from chat, just let me know and I can pull it up.
Oh, sorry about that.
Nah, it's okay. It's okay.
And sorry, because I was thinking about that. What did you actually ask?
Well, like you were saying, we take a ton of different samples so that way the sort of noise from an individual sample or like individual variation just gets canceled out once you have enough to work with.
Yeah, and what someone mentioned earlier, because we'll find rocks that were already preformed inside the sample itself, we'll find 1 or 2 dots that are way off to the side and going, okay, that's interesting, but let's keep going with the rest of these samples and see what's going. Okay, that one can be ignored. We know where it's from.
Yeah.
If you get 1 or 2 that are way outside the margins, they're interesting, but if you start getting everything scattered in a huge distribution, that's where you start having to look into what's going on. But if you only get 1 or 2 that are just so far flung that it's not funny, and everything else scattered around one small area, you know that, okay, that is just a corrupted data point.
Yeah. Because aberrations can happen, and they usually happen for pretty easy to figure out reasons.
Not just aberrations, but you can also get corruptions of samples. You can also get something could have been put into your sample itself through an unknown method, and that's why you have to be careful with what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm just saying aberrations as a catch-all for things that are not as they should be.
Yep.
Jump in here with one of my favorite comments. I never wanted to date rocks because I met Mrs. McQueen 50 years ago. I'd rather date redheads myself. But if you insist on dating rocks, you need to understand this diagram here. Remember that rocks, and I'll use RX for that.
Yeah, I know.
Rocks are formed because of minerals. So let me hold it up to the screen here. You see rock?
Okay, that's not entirely wrong. Rocks are made of minerals. Very good, McQueen.
Hence why they call it a mineraloid aggregate. But
yeah,
are formed of minerals. So actually what you're dating are the minerals inside the rock. The standard rescue device that the evolutionary community uses, Mount St. Helens erupts, or there's a lava flow in the Grand Canyon. And so when you go in to measure those minerals that I'm showing there, you're measuring minerals that are ancient. Even though the lava may have flowed out at in Hawaii, that lava, that basaltic lava, is going to carry minerals that have an old and give an old date. Now, there's quite a critique of that, but let's think of it like this. Let's imagine this pin here as I move it.
And before he goes into his example, we know that happens, David.
And as I explained clearly before, we are not dating the age of the element. You cannot get the exact age of the element. We are making comparisons between the decay rate of the element because it decays at a certain ratio, and that gives us how long it has been inside of the environment if the environment is a sealed environment. Hence why we use zirconia crystals in most of the time. Not all, but most.
Yeah, and actually I got a half-decent example here. So even though he doesn't call them that by name, what he's basically talking about are xenocrysts, or xenoliths, which basically just means like they're a pre-existing rock that's incorporated into a lava flow. So, or something similar. So right here, we have a block of limestone in a volcanic ash flow. Now, he's going to say it's a rescuing device to say that wouldn't occur naturally in the in the ash flow.
That's actually bubble basalt.
Is it bubble basalt?
That's bubble basalt. That's
wow.
Sorry.
That's even a blow up of the picture. The picture is terrible resolution.
That's not ash flow. That's not tuffite.
This doesn't look like bubble basalt to me.
It might be on my end of it. I'm not sure, but it does look like bubbles basalt.
Were you talking about this over here?
No. I was talking about the one they call an ash flow, but it didn't look like tuffite to me. But
I mean, does it look more like it now with a better picture?
That just still looks terrible. But again, I'll have to look at it properly.
Relatively better.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of what the volcanic rock is, like it is a limestone incorporated into it.
Yeah.
And like, a lot of the time, it's pretty obvious when this happens.
Yeah, the one below it is actually more of what we're talking about. That is more accurate of what you would encounter when you're taking samples, because it's not like there's suddenly huge stunking rock in the middle of it. That actually has a small little sample within the center of it.
Yeah, I was looking for like an obvious example.
Yeah, that's sort of like a sore thumb. Ooh, that one's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty. Peridotite.
Yeah.
I love peridotite. But yeah, we see inclusions of older rock all the time. I mean, that's basically what freaking sedimentary rock is most of the time. Or like I'm in a very heavily glaciated area, so I have to work with tons of tills. It literally all xenoliths. Nothing is local. But yeah, it's pretty obvious to see. It's obvious when it happens.
Across the screen, to be a motorcycle driving on the road in
asterisks there. It's obvious most of the time. Sometimes it isn't. And it'll show up in your data.
And sometimes you get older lava flows incorporating younger lava flows and vice versa.
True.
And Hawaii.
And then sometimes the same lava flow just melts, like part of it melts and part of it doesn't.
Yeah, what I was talking about is, you know, the lava tubes, how you've got the older lava casing around the outside of a younger one, and sometimes it goes the other way around, in which the younger one wraps around a lava. And then you've got times in which there's multiple different things that could go skew iffy and fun to look at.
Yep. Rocks are complicated. They don't look it, but they can be complicated. It's why structural geology is its own specific field.
And it's just so fascinating when you can look at something and understand what was happening in the past.
Oh, you know what boudinage is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, this can happen sometimes to rocks. Sometimes rocks get weird, especially when you squeeze them. These are called boudins or boudinage because they look like sausages that are just squeezed like that.
It's usually when that part of the strata is softer than the other part of it. It's usually when there's a igneous lava flow and then surrounded by sedimentary rock.
Mm-hmm. But it's a lot of terms in geology are based on food. Like a lot of terms.
Yeah.
Like, this exact picture was shown to me in my structural geology class. The professor called it a chocolate bar, boudinage, or something like that.
The chocolate sausage.
Yes.
Back in the 1980s. And then let's pick up the Play-Doh and have the Play-Doh come over the top of this.
Why do you have fresh Play-Doh on your desk?
He always has Play-Doh. I don't know why. Every time I've seen him, he has Play-Doh. And it's not just one color.
Why?
When I asked him about how ash forms formed during the flood, he had 3 different colors of clay Play-Doh to show his idea of it, and it wasn't even correct.
Like, do you have Play-Doh in Australia?
Yes.
Does yours get all really hard and crusty after you leave it out for an hour?
If you leave it out, yes.
Yeah, the American stuff does that too. So, does he just have it sitting on his desk? Or does he just have a random Play-Doh container on his desk?
If you actually spray it down with baby oil, it stays soft for a lot longer.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but at the same time, like, that might just be worse. Come on, David.
What are you saying about that I know that, or the fact that he does that?
If he does that.
I'll be right back into that 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll just let it play.
As a lava flow. So if we find a 1970 classic Harley Davidson inside this lava, what do we know? We know that this lava flowed out after 1970.
Yeah.
Because we got something we know that can be dated. So whether it's a motorcycle or a 55 Chevy that gets buried under one of these modern lava flows, it doesn't matter what the radiometric dating says. We know that it had to be after 1955 or after when the Harley Davidson was formed. And so that's one way to approach it. Now, exactly why the evolutionary community will say, oh, you guys at Standing Truth have not properly covered isochron dating. You all have not properly covered the issue of this or that. These are rescue devices, which between now and Christmas, George and I can take a whole 2 hours on something like isochron dating and show the problems with it.
John, just slightly on a...
And that's the end of that bit. McQueen really didn't say anything of substance, which, I mean, go figure, it's McQueen.
But where do I get a formed Harley Davidson? Because that would be cool. Can I dig one up, or is it just one of those things?
Oh, right. Sorry, another structural term just popped into my head. Do you know what a ruche moutonné is?
A red murder. Yep.
Oh, no, it's supposed to translate to like sheep back or something.
Wrong language. I thought it was French.
It is French. I think.
You would have a lot of those.
Well, maybe under the till. We don't have many bare rock exposures in Iowa.
Yeah.
Just we've had like 15 or more individual glaciation events, so the surface is almost all just till.
Different sort of line here.
Oh, and here we have John McKay. I don't know. People are telling me to say it different ways.
Mackay.
Do you know anything about him?
Yeah, I know about him.
Yeah, well, his face starred in a video I published today. He didn't really say anything in it.
No, but he was talking about feathers on dinosaurs, so that's why I sent you that picture of the Chinese raptor that has feathers.
Yep, and I included that in the video.
It just happens to be a velociraptor too.
Well, it's a dromaeosaur. It's a Zhenyuan long, not velociraptor. But it's close, though it is more Deinonychus size than velociraptor size. Yeah, Mackay seems to be kind of like McQueen, like another geologist turned young Earth creationist. Not sure how old he is though, so I don't know why he converted, so to speak, or if he converted, because he has a paper he has a few papers actually published with Andrew Snelling back in the 70s.
Oh no.
Yeah. Which, side note, I didn't realize Andrew Snelling was that old.
This is a question, can the rapid formation of coal beds, oil and natural gas assist in removing much of the heat produced during the global flood?
No.
This is that old question.
Yeah, no.
About, the heat problem, the accelerated radioactive decay and whatever.
Yeah. You'll find that all chemical reactions either give off heat or they absorb heat, or the structures produce themselves will take up the heat and convert it either into pressure or they'll convert it into movement. So despite the claim that the world would have got too hot, this is in the ignorance, not the absence, but in the ignorance of other mechanisms that can convert heat into other things. Now,
Okay, John, there is not enough matter on Earth to do any amount of conversion to save us from the heat problem.
But chemical reactions either produce heat or reduce heat. Can you name any chemical reaction, not interaction, reaction, that reduces heat? I know chemical interactions that reduce heat, but that's an interaction. That's not a reaction. Every reaction that I know
But don't
produces.
endothermic reactions absorb heat? So reduce heat for the surrounding environment?
Now, can you give me a chemical endothermic reaction?
Not off the top of my head, but I've done them before. Pretty sure.
I know I know interactions of some chemicals create an endothermic environment, but it's not a reaction that actually creates the endothermic environment. And they're not very natural occurring things. And when you're talking about creating coal, if you've ever been to England and you know what peat moss is, that's basically what precursor to coal is. If you ever walk on that stuff, it's hot.
So, at least according to Google, it looks like a lot of plants perform an endothermic reaction in order to produce sugars from carbon dioxide and water.
So I was incorrect.
Yeah, I know they happen naturally, but there's not enough.
And they're talking about dead plant matter anyway, not living anyway.
Yeah, John Mackay is. Yeah.
Now, but where the other aspect of converting heat to what? Because all you can really do is radiate it, and it's not being converted into motion. It's not being converted into anything else.
Oh, Google has a handy dandy list of endothermic processes. One of them is melting ice cubes. Another is evaporating liquid water. Oh, there's also melting solid salts.
But again, those are chemical interactions. They're not chemical reactions.
Oh, I'm just saying that would happen if you applied enough freaking heat to the environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, John. You don't have enough mass to absorb all the heat, or a mechanism for radiating away the heat safely.
You ought to be able to remember from primary school where your brother would get you. You poor innocent young girl with long pigtails, he'd get your hand and he'd do a Chinese rope burn. Now all he's doing is actually moving his hand around you, but that movement translates into heat. Now, you haven't destroyed the arm, you haven't done anything, but you've actually removed energy. And you'll find the same sort of mechanisms, not just
removed.
I'm not sure that's how that works, John.
You're applying frictional forces onto the skin.
Generating heat.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a removal of energy. I'm seeing an application of energy.
Resulting in heat.
Just the heat itself, but the heat converts into all sorts of other things, chemical reactions, exothermic, endothermic, movement of rocks, etc. We actually watched one day a dike form as the water underneath our stratosphere just took off for reasons unknown to us straight up through the sediments above. Now that represents energy, represents movement, but it was all happening in the liquid itself, and it produced this massive structure that we would have said that's a sedimentary dike. Must have been, yes, all of the theories went out the window.
What?
I can't speak stupid. Can anyone give me a translation of what he was trying to say?
I'm not sure. Something about a sedimentary dike, which is not a very common phrase.
I've heard of valves being created in sedimentary layers, but
what I think he might be talking about, hypothetically, is underground water pressure pushing up sediments into a crack. I think that's what he's saying.
So an upwelling and a cleavage.
Basically. Yeah, there is such a thing as a sedimentary dike. It usually happens when rock splits, and then just that material falls into the split, and then eventually lithifies.
Yeah,
I've seen them in the field, but
not what he was describing.
I don't think so. No. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Congrats, John. You just stunned two other geologists with whatever the hell you just said.
He was talking about something in the water, raised it up, and created a dike.
Yeah.
But I think the dike he's referring to is the DYKE one, the actual dam type of dike. But that's not a geological dike. And
is he? Because I think he's referring to a clastic dike. Like that's the actual term for it. I think that's what he's trying to refer to.
But not for the description that he was giving.
Well, let's listen to it again.
And it produced this massive structure. But
maybe it'll make more sense.
Water underneath it, one day a dike formed as the water underneath our stratometry just took off for reasons unknown to us straight up through the sediments above. Now that represents energy, represents movement, but it was all happening in the liquid itself, and it produced this massive structure that we would have said that's a sedimentary dike. Must have been, yes, all the theories went out the window.
Okay, that didn't make any more sense the second time through.
Is he talking about how water came up from underneath through a sedimentary strata, creating that, or is he?
I think that's what he's meaning.
I'm not sure. It's just. But then, how would he observe it?
How if the pressure was that high, how did it not just like splooge out onto the surface? Like, what?
My question
why would it go up?
And he's talking about something he observed. You couldn't absorb a clastic dike being formed. It's a. I don't know. I really don't know.
Congrats, John. You've freaking stunned us. I guess here's where I say picks or it absolutely did not freaking happen.
Yeah, the way he's actually doing it is the water came up through the sediment. So he's talking about how he observed it forming a dike within the water.
Yeah.
That's not how those sort of dikes are formed. Unless he was talking about forming like a dike as a dam. But then they don't have sedimentary dikes like that. It's just. Huh?
Here. It's not how this works. It's not how any of this works.
I can't even get an image in my head of how that would actually what he's describing.
I'm imagining like if you if you took a tube of toothpaste and you put the mouth of the tube between two bricks and then squeezed, and then it just goes up through between them. That's what I'm imagining.
Yeah, my brain just cannot image what he's talking about because the way he's saying it, I'm to try and imagine it how you'd be observing this happen. But you couldn't observe this happening if it was underground, and that would be where the dike would form. But
Yeah,
then
the way he's saying it, it was like right freaking next to him.
it just that doesn't make sense. As soon as he's saying that, when he started talking about water and observing it, and he said dikes and a dike, as in a dam, because that's not what that is. I'm sorry, he's broken me. I just don't know. I really don't know what the hell he's talking about. I have no way of visualizing what he's trying to put across.
Yeah, same here.
And we know from experiments, John, that have been done by the CSIRO on oil formation, and many others have done experiments on coal as well, that it takes roughly 350 to 400 degrees Celsius to actually create that oil. So, yeah, so the formation of the oil.
Can I interrupt you there?
Yep.
What they're doing there is taking the organic chemist and making oil the way he does. Right now, if you do what we've done, you simply, like we've run lots of experiments. You'll see some of them listed on our website, in which you actually take what's actually in the real world. So that if I go and I look at a coal field, which is my special area of interest, I find that the best quality coal, and I gave a paper on this to the Sydney Coal Basin Conference, right? Because our best coal has a certain percentage of high grade kaolin, fine microscopic clay scattered throughout it. You see, if you get too much clay, the coal, it ruins your sort of burning equipment you want to put in it. But
okay. Very long story short, he has kaolinite in his clay, or in his coal. Okay.
if you actually have this stuff microscopically spread through it, it acts as a catalyst and it gets to coal without even being heat. You say, how do you know that? The answer is we use clay in pottery. And clay is used because it has one interesting property. As you cook it higher and higher, you know, that soft white clay, all of a sudden it goes hard. And you can put it on the side and leave it, and it won't go back to being soft. So clay has an irreversible structure change as you raise the temperature. Now, the case of the clay that's in the coal, it's about 200 degrees. So I'll be brutally blunt, that clay that's in the coal tells us it has never been as hot as all the local flood experts want it to produce this vast amount of heat. It's a catalyzed reaction. And the same is true for the oil and the gas. We have made all three using simple clay experiments with no temperature emissions of any great significance at all.
Does that physics?
No, that does not physics, because he's comparing pottery clay to clay in the ground.
Well, he's saying the kaolinite would do that at 200 C, which I'm not sure about, because I've seen big kaolinite deposits.
Yeah, it just... And it's just a silica, so it's not like you can't actually get it.
So Google is saying between 450 and 800 C for
that sounds more
kaolinite
about
clays.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep seeing starting at 450 C.
But you also have to consider that the kaolinite within the Australian brown coal is not homogeneous. It's piecemeal.
I don't know anything about it.
I do, considering where I live.
Well, yeah, I figured.
There's a small scattering of it all the way through it, and it creates a slightly more rigid aspect to the coal which you get around in the.
Hold on just a second. We have a weasel. Howdy.
Oh, I just saw your messages just now. I just got home from work, so.
Just be
No
glad
problem.
you missed out. You just missed out on the worst part of it.
Yeah,
Do
worst
tell.
part so far. It kind of broke our minds a little bit.
Yeah. That's par for the course with this group.
Yeah.
He was talking about how a sedimentary dike was formed with an upwelling of water over a rapid period of time, and it shot up into the sky. And neither of us can picture in our head how that would occur, because the way he's describing it, he could visualize it. But if it was a real dike, which you'd get in a geological set, you couldn't see it. But then he also talked about it shooting up in the sky, and
geological. So I'm only familiar with one class of geological phenomena that ever shoots off into the sky, and it's volcanism. So I don't know how you would get dike formation that way, but I also don't know what a dike is in geology.
So a dike is a vertical section of rock running through other layers.
Okay.
Like right here is a clastic dike, which is what he would be talking about. This is basically what happens when sediment falls into a ravine and turns into rock.
Okay.
They don't form like how he's saying, but this is the term he used.
Well, and the brain is just going, no, it doesn't fit that way. No, it doesn't fit that way. It can't work that way. How?
That's not how this works.
Well, not with that attitude, it's not.
No, it just doesn't physics.
Breathe deep, right down. Yeah, physics is going to hurt.
Physics is a myth and truth is a lie, you guys, so it's fine.
Well, I mean, lucky for you, you missed Raw Matt talking about radiometrics.
Oh.
Yeah, that was horrific.
And the thing is, radiometric dating, there's a lot there. Like, it's the basic concept is pretty straightforward, but there are a lot of things you got to check to make sure that things are valid, and you got to check for contamination, and you got to check for more complex molecule models of all the stuff. Yeah.
The aspect of I was going into the idea of radioisotropic dating, and I was very clear that we don't just grab a rock, scrape a little bit off, and just go, okay, that's 1,000 years old.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You have to do. I'm not familiar with the process, but I assume you have to. There are a lot of diagnostics that happen before you, because at the end of the day, you're measuring some ratio, but you have to make sure that the ratio you're going to measure means what you think it's going to mean, and all of these things. Have they talked about radio halos yet?
No, but
no, that didn't get brought up, surprisingly, considering we had McQueen on.
And Jackson just brought up a painful question.
Yeah, but yeah, real quick, I remember my my igneous petrology professor, who has done a crap ton of zircon dating. She once just walked me verbally through the entire process, and it was long enough that my eyes just glazed over.
Yeah, it's a long like it takes a long time to do a measurement properly, and especially when you're, because what you're doing with when you're measuring physical samples like this, you only have a finite amount of the sample. Okay, so before you pulverize it or whatever and crush it up and do all the stuff, you want to make sure that you know what you're doing. Okay,
that's also why you take like 100 or more samples just to be sure.
Yep, exactly. And you want to look at the story that is told by all of those samples. And some of them are going to give you some wonky dates, probably, because I mean, and if none of them give you wonky dates, you weren't aggressive enough in your sample taking. You should take samples until stuff starts breaking. That's where more data More data. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Jackson's really hurting my brain now. Limestone is one of my pet peeves when it comes to young Earth creationism, because there are multiple ways that limestone is actually formed.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to put it is you've got two major types of limestone. You've got soft limestones, like you'd expect with chalk, and you've got hard limestones, like you'd expect with marble.
Okay.
Soft limestones are things that are usually formed from shells. That's why if you look at the White Cliffs of Dover, those particularly are made up of about 98 to 99% of coccoliths. These are the remaining shells of coccolithophores, and they're lithified together. That's why it's quite soft, because these are actual remains of it, and it is entirely made up of calcium carbonate. Another common form of that sort of limestone you would encounter are actually stuff you'd encounter around in reefs, because the limestone that is actually formed, or the calcium carbonate, is formed by the zooxanthellae that's actually living within coral itself. That is what
is that like what you see when you get like reef bleaching and stuff, or is that just a lack of pigment on the top layer?
Bleaching is usually the death of the polyps and the zooxanthellae within the coral itself. It actually is the death of the coral. Brain is not actually 100% functioning at the moment, but
it's the death of the coral.
Yeah, the bleach coral is actually the limestone. That's what you're seeing. It's no longer alive.
Yeah.
Those sort of corals those sort of limestones are usually soft, because the stuff that you can get from the corals are usually formed into oobleck limestones, and they are usually you can usually break it up in your hands. It's a very soft limestone.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you go to something like marble, that is actually a water concretion limestone. It's normally when there's hard minerals within the water itself, and it's deposited over an immense period of time. And this
it's because it's precipitating directly out of the water.
Yes.
Okay.
And this stuff is tough. That's why you'll find that limestone is incredibly durable. That is the two types of limestones. They're both calcium carbonates. They're both limestone, but they're a completely different monster. Like another type of the second type of limestone you'll encounter are around volcanic vents. That type forms relatively rapidly in comparison to others. But again, it's very tough, and it takes a great deal of time for it to deposit, because you could come back over periods of years and you would only watch it growing at millimeters at a time. The next aspect in regards to the sandstones within the Grand Canyon are not just water deposited sandstone, they're also desert deposited sandstone. That automatically discredits the idea of a hydrological sorting, because if it's not deposited by water, how could it be hydrologically sorted?
Of course, but also the hydrological sorting is not going to give you a layer with some particle size, and then a totally different layer, and then another copy of that exact same first layer on top of it. Unless they were completely distinct events, and you don't have time for that in 1 year.
Yeah. Sorry, I've kind of been distracted. I wanted to Google something to show on screen, but it led me down a rabbit hole that has me just looking at rock age maps. It's fun.
I finished.
Yeah, we have.
You go.
I was going to say there in the building I worked in grad school, there was a big map from the USGS, and it was a map of I think it was a map of the gravitational acceleration anomaly. So if you can model local gravitational acceleration from a model of an oblate spheroid, a specific model with specific coefficients for the like multipole expansion and everything. And I think it has like a 900 and something or so parameters, and that like gives you to a part in 10,000 or something. The prediction of the local gravitational acceleration, but then on top of that, you'll also just have fluctuations because the rock underneath you might be denser than the rock underneath you 2 miles that way, and all of these sorts of things. So they've done like measurements of these things, and there's a map of like over here you've got slightly more gravity than you would expect if you looked it up using this fancy model. And all of these things are it's people think that you just are always measuring the same thing, and you don't. We can measure this stuff real well. Really well. I am a USGS shill.
So you ended up seeing the two massive magnetic anomalies.
It's gravitational anomalies.
Yeah, but you would still see the magnetic anomalies within it because you get the one near Chicxulub and the one near just off the Indian coast.
Yeah, probably. I have no idea.
It's the two impact events.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Chicxulub. That is a name that I recognize, of course. But
I'm surprised it doesn't actually show up on
magnetic anomalies. Those are way more plentiful, and those are just going to be caused by like just the stuff that you use to build your building.
Yeah,
like those come from the screw or your screwdriver has a magnetic tip.
Yeah, scroll a little bit down, Dino, because it has the area where Chicxulub would be. It doesn't show
right
it
around here.
Yeah, it doesn't show the correct layout for it.
What is this map actually showing?
Age of bedrock, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah, Chicxulub. I mean, Chicxulub is only bedrock. Like this much bedrock, right? And it's mostly dusting within the bedrock. So
no, the actual Chicxulub impact event is on the map, but it doesn't actually show up on the map.
Well, then it's not.
Yeah, right there.
I'm zoomed in as far as I can. Might just not be high enough resolution. Most of Chicxulub is in the ocean, isn't it?
No, it's half and half.
I thought it was like 60-40 or 70-30, but yeah, it splits it.
Is Cretaceous rock exposed at the surface there? Or is it subsurface?
It was bedrock, so it's subsurface.
Yeah, I think this is like surficial rock. It's like what you'd see in outcrops in the area. And actually, Beamsy, I am kind of curious. If I tell you the geologic, do you think you can figure out where I grew up on this map, knowing what I've told you about the geologic history of the area?
You told me where you are.
That's not what the question he asked, though. Could you figure it out without just doing that?
If I forget it, yes, you could, but he actually told me, so it's kind of cheating.
Yeah, fair. But it's just fun because, like, I can see, like, I grew up right around here, northeast corner of Iowa, right where Silurian meets Ordovician, like actually literally right on the border.
The top of the chef's nose.
Yes. But I can also see the area where I did most of my field work at, the Bighorn Basin up here in Wyoming. So it has a very distinctive shape.
Okay, I think we've had that tangent enough.
Yeah, fair.
I still don't understand what he was talking about, the dike, but I think I'm going to have to go back and watch this a few times to try and visualize what he was talking about.
Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Be kind to yourself.
I like answers.
Sorry, Jackson Rose asking. So yellows on here are Cenozoic, greens are Mesozoic, and the other, like blue through purple, is Paleozoic. And then older than that is shades of red and pink.
Does it actually show us much of Australia, or is it not far enough?
It's just North America. I can find one of Australia.
I've got one of Australia. I was just seeing how far that one.
Well, so the US and USGS stands for United States, right? Or does it not?
It does, but sometimes
United States Geological Survey.
Yeah.
But sometimes they have stuff from other places just to make a comparison.
Yeah, just like, territories like Guam, not
Ooh,
part of the.
Okay, I found a super high resolution map of Australia.
Ooh.
It's a bit more complex than I anticipated.
Yeah, look at all that mess in Western Australia in the top part of Northern Territory. That's why it's so interesting.
Yeah, that's a mess. Everything except over here is a mess. What the hell happened to your continent?
Is that
what's going on with Tasmania?
So I know the term Canadian shield is a term. Is there an Australian shield, and is that what that is? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I might be wrong about the other thing, but my understanding is that some of the oldest rocks are from places, basically tectonic plates that never got subducted and stuff, and there's not that many of them left. You got some of that in Canada that's exposed, or like Greenland and stuff, and Australia also has some rock that hasn't gotten subducted in like a long time. And I was,
oh wow, these are really, wow, they went in depth with the Cenozoic stuff.
Nice.
And,
now you know
they
why
have metamorphics and stuff. Wow. Huh.
Now you know why I love living in Australia. We've just got such interesting stuff around.
Yeah,
like koalas, which are fake.
Not just that, but it's more.
Yeah, I watched that stream. It's what the hell was that?
Oh, it's Hans Wormhat. Hans Wormhat is everybody's favorite animal denier.
He made me want to eat a freaking pistol.
I mean, if you go through the comments in his videos, he'll just people will be like, "Yo, I saw two koalas fighting in the tree in my backyard today. Like they're not rare," and he's just like, "You're a liar." But not even he can deny that kangaroos exist. Which, if he could, he would. He would totally deny it because those are absurd animals.
Yeah,
he obviously hasn't seen the platypus.
Well, I mean, that actual scientists thought was a fake animal when it first showed up.
Say, I'm looking at this map. Like, the coastline of Australia is a lot more ragged than I already thought it was. Like, tons of outlying islands. Guessing they probably just formed when the ocean was at a lower stage, and they're just like tops of hills, basically. But that's
that area guess. There is my favorite area to go through up to that northern area. Yeah, the Kimberley region. That is.
Is this the area you showed me that one time?
Yeah, that area feels old. There's no other way to describe it. It feels ancient. You just go there and you just go, okay, this is really old, and you don't know why.
Yeah, I've been in a few places like that. There's a lot of like Cambrian and like late Archean outcrops near where I grew up. Caves too, which is interesting.
Caves are so cool.
Like you just get down there and you're like, everything here is older than anything else I've ever seen. This is weird.
Australia doesn't have much in the way of cave systems, unfortunately.
Not a lot of limestones?
No.
Yeah, that makes sense. Iowa's basically all frickin' limestone. Oh, we got a native Hoosier here. Wait, you from Wisconsin, or you from the Minnesota?
A Hoosier? A Hoosier's from Indiana.
Indiana. Oh.
That's what a Hoosier is, yeah. I grew up in Illinois. So.
Oh, so yeah, I read it as Hoosier, which
yeah.
Semi slang for like northern Wisconsin.
Oh no, yeah. Hoosiers are weird because my understanding is nobody's quite sure why people from Indiana are called Hoosiers, but or Hoosiers. I mean, it's not. It's actually not a word I even hear like said out loud often, and most of the time it's in the context of somebody who knows that the term refers to people from Indiana explaining it to other people. Like that's where 95% of the term actually gets used in my experience.
Most interesting thing I know about Indiana is my college advisor was from there.
Yeah.
Did he come down with a banjo on his knee?
Nah, he's a pretty cool dude though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Ever been to the Ediacaran Hills? I have not. Be interested though. The stuck in the Carboniferous. I mean, fair to find that boring, but I mean, hey, you can get tons of really cool plant fossils there. I've actually found some fragments of Ordovician plants, so that's kind of exciting for me. Some of the oldest land plants on Earth. Anywho, we should probably get back to this.
Back to
we
the
want to
suffering.
finish sometime tonight.
So what about all those dating methods for rocks?
Do you guys hear words?
No, I do not hear words. I hear weird 70s porno music.
Yeah,
which I thought was intentional.
I was wondering if it was just like the one earbud. But
no, that when How to Get a Date popped up, it suddenly went weird 70s porno music. I swear.
Yeah, I don't want to know what they were talking about.
Yeah.
You know, what is going on? I don't like it.
I don't know. This is why you watch your videos before you upload them. Because I don't think Donnie did.
Click through the video to see if it just keeps on going like that. Well, he puts a pot on his head.
Yeah,
so that'll be.
It goes back to normal after a few minutes. It's just why?
So this is Donnie's fault, right?
Has to be, because I would have just cut this out. Like, there's nothing here. Just cut to when he starts talking.
Well, you know, if we include this bit, though, then it becomes our fault.
At least we can critique it, though, that it's just ouch.
That's true.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it could be copyrighted music. So we also need to critique
but I'm not
music.
monetized anyway.
Yeah, fair.
I think you've already critiqued it enough by saying that it's close enough to the 70s porn.
By the way, I had to go ahead, and I'm going to admit this because sometimes people in chat need to hear other people made a mistake, so that they can also fix that mistake. I was not subscribed. I'm so sorry, but I have now hit the subscribe button.
It's fine.
And now everybody in chat, you have to check and make sure you're subscribed, because you probably are, because unlike me, you are competent.
Thank you.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I did, and I'm incompetent. Yeah.
Let's see. Fair enough, Jackson. Only finding calamites. I only ever found seashells and coral growing up. Like, that's it. Which, can be pretty, but eventually your mom gets sick of you bringing home seashells.
Yep.
And that's when I found Ordovician horsetails.
I've got a tooth of some sort that I have no idea what it's from.
I can help you with that. After the video's over, if you want, we can do a little identification. Go through.
No, I'll have to dig it out because it's still actually in the strata itself. I've got about half an inch of a tooth sticking out or something. So if I clean it up, I could probably find out what it is, but I don't want to damage it.
Yeah, fair. I mean, hey, I'd still love to take a look at it.
I'll get it out of the box and send you a picture.
Oh,
Yahoo.
I can. You know what? I'll dance. I'll dance to the music.
Oh no.
Well, at least we've had an improvement. Well, at least we know how he weasels his way out of things. What the hell?
What? The pot. Wearing a pot on top of
Isn't me, or did he put a bathing cap on from tinfoil? And now he's got.
No, he did. He did.
Okay, now I got to sit down because I'm very out of shape.
Round is a shape, so don't worry about it.
He did put on a swim cap, and then he put on a pot.
Yeah.
What
the weasel danced.
Yes,
he put
the
on a
weasel
swim
did
cap,
that.
then he put on the tinfoil hat, and then he put the pot on after he took the tinfoil hat off.
And the tinfoil hat had like devil horns and a mohawk? The hell? The hell is this guy?
I don't know. This guy has. I mean, there's a whole lot going on here.
Well, he described genetic entropy by sitting in a boat and shooting it.
And shooting it?
But did
he shot the boat.
Guy up, or?
Oh, I thought he shot genetic entropy.
No, he shot the... He was trying to talk about how genes decay, so he talked about... He sat in a boat and then he shot at the boat he was sitting in.
That's every part of that analogy is terrible.
Also...
Did you look up this guy, Beamsy, or where are you getting this from?
I'll send you the link of one of his things. Another one he's also done is, do you know how some raptor nests are in a line and some of them are in a circle? The ones that are actually laid in a line were laid because the dinosaurs were running away from the flood. Shit. This is one of his claims.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is. I think this is the guy that. Hold on, let me go check. So Paleologos has been busy with other stuff, but he did a stream a couple of weeks back that I was on where I think it was Ian Juby. This is Ian Juby, right?
There's a creationist named Ian Juby.
Okay. Well, yeah, this guy. Well, who's on the screen? What's the name of the dude on screen?
Juby.
It is him?
Yep, it is Juby.
Cool. Yeah, so he has a cast of like some of the like pelvis fossils or whatever of Lucy. And he like put them together and he put them like backwards and inside out. And Peter, who is a young Earth creationist, was like my guy, my brother in Christ. I say with full literalist. You're just doing it wrong. You're doing it totally wrong. And we did a whole stream about it. And he was like, you're doing it wrong in this way. And then he like made a like correction video, and it was still wrong in a different way.
Oh, jeez. Well,
yeah.
So I'm looking at his channel, and he has a video where it appears he He cites a blobster as a freaking point of evidence for humans and dinosaurs coexisting. Do you know what a blobster is?
I don't, but it's a meme-worthy name, so I can't imagine that my quality of life is going to improve in the next 5 minutes. Please proceed.
when a seagoing creature dies and decays, and it looks like something else, and then someone who doesn't know anatomy sees it and says it's like a dinosaur or plesiosaur or something.
Like the basking
the generic
shark.
name for that is just blobster.
It's the basking shark plesiosaur one right here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that one! See, that's like when individual photographs and individual specimens of a dead basking shark carcass are recognizable to like a large number of your critics on the internet, maybe it's just a bad argument. Like,
plus, I'm pretty sure they did take flesh samples and had them analyzed, and yeah, it came back as a shark.
No,
Yeah,
they didn't.
also-
They didn't need to because
look at it.
No, if you actually, if you look up that actual picture, there are 3 more pictures before it when it was actually far more intact. That's a picture that was taken after.
Thought I heard they took samples just to be sure.
No, the taking of the samples was made by Kent Hovind, saying that they took samples to prove that it was a plesiosaur. No samples were ever taken because they knew exactly what the hell it was. It was just a rotting basking shark that was caught in the net. So they brought it up, cut it up, they knocked it out, and then dropped the nets again.
Well, they didn't have to knock it out. It was already dead.
No, they knocked it out because it was tangled up in the nets.
Well, no, it was already dead and decayed.
That's why they had to knock it off of the equipment.
Oh, sorry. I heard you say knock it out, and I thought you meant like, make it unconscious.
Knocking it out, as in get out of there, get off, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that now. And yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I'm seeing different pictures, and yeah. Huh. Yeah, believe it or not, I'd only ever seen the one image.
I wonder why.
Huh?
Would it happen to be the one image that all the creationists use to try and prove their point?
Yeah, basically. But it looks like he used to be a speaker for, I don't know, some creationist thing. Like, he's in front of a lot of stuff that has seems to have a decent production value.
Yeah, no, he host and producer of Genesis Week. I don't know what that is. He's Canadian.
Combined with a bunch of conspiracy crap.
Well, I mean,
interesting.
Well, actually, no. I should pull that back. I know young Earth creationists who, as far as I know, at least, are not into any conspiracy theories. Peter, are you into any conspiracy theories? I don't think you're watching, but
yeah. Oh, he has an old channel too. Like I'm going back over 10 years and shit. Huh.
I mean,
he's been at it for about 20 years.
He didn't have to wait until he got old enough to make a YouTube account. So I didn't either. And
wait, yeah, as I'm seeing him in older stuff, I'm actually recognizing him more. No, I've seen him in stuff.
Yeah,
he's Aaron Raw debunked him a few times, I think.
Yeah. Yes, I mean Aaron Raw has debunked everybody a few times. I'm pretty true. Aaron Raw, I think, has debunked Aaron Raw a few times.
Yeah, he's had to eat crow on a few statements, but
I mean,
he admits it's like most
exactly. This is my point. This is not a point of criticism. This is a point of praise.
Okay, apparently he has a machine gun prop that he shoots stuff with.
Well, that sounds like a healthy view of masculinity.
What the hell?
Terrible. Well, can we get to the end of the weird 70s porno music?
Only if you dance.
Fine, okay.
Here. I'll put it on 2 times speed.
Why is that an improvement?
It kind of is.
Of parent to daughter radioactive elements and get a rough timescale.
Oh, there we go.
Are you dead yet?
Oh, by the Maya is gonna owe you for allowing clips on this. And if you didn't allow clips before this show, this would have been the reason to do it. Oh, well, that's gonna spread all over.
Yes, please do, Maya. If you want to record that, please feel free to play it before your next stream.
She's liable to make that like the default like scene transition.
Yes.
Of parent to daughter radioactive elements and get a rough time scale and even be able to guess as to how old that rock is. But these radio dating methods invariably give age.
Why is he wearing a pan?
We don't know.
I don't.
He's such a pothead. Nothing? Really? Nothing?
This guy has done fake footprints as well as... It's just we were talking about, he put that swimming cap on that you can see underneath the pot. Then he put on a tinfoil hat. Then he took the tinfoil hat on and put the pot out, and he's been walking around with that pot on his head. So it's...
He's a pothead.
Is he trying to be like that guy from Plants vs. Zombies? Crazy Dave?
I'm not sure. What do you want, P-Town?
He's just hanging out.
Boy.
You don't need to smush the P-Town, okay? He's more afraid of you than you are of him. Okay?
I have no fear of him, even though he's threatened to kill me twice, but that's besides the point.
I mean, heck, P-Town, if you want, like, the link to join is pinned if you want to come ask in person, quote unquote. Also, hey Mark, welcome to the world of the awake. If you wanna join us too, feel free.
Mark, did you see me dance? That was the second extended point of me dancing. Also, I did it for even longer earlier. I was more sensual with my motions. It's really a travesty. You should check it out. Oh well, you just missed the most recent bit of me dancing. Just scroll around and look for this wonderful peach torso just moving it.
The undulation of the peach
torso.
Yeah,
would you like me to play the recording,
P-Town?
Because if you remember, P-Town, I have it recorded. Would you like me to play it now? I'll have to ask Tsunami if I could use her voice because Tsunami, me and you were in the middle and you threatened to kill me. So would you like me to play it? I could do that. But first I have to get someone's permission.
Oh, dear.
Just millions to billions of years. The Bible says the Earth is only 6,000 years old. So do these radio dating methods contradict the biblical account of creation and the age of the Earth? In short, no. Take, for example, the UN Carrot lava flows which flowed into Grand Canyon. These rocks were dated using a battery of radio dating tests. 6 different potassium argon tests were run, getting ages of between 10,000 years old.
Wow, 6. How extensive.
And why only potassium argon? Why wouldn't they actually do more than just one type?
Yeah. Also, who did this?
That would help too.
Yeah, who and when, please?
To 117 million years old. 5 rubidium strontium tests said the rocks were actually 1.27 billion years old to 1.39 billion years old.
Also, it says something about like image courtesy up here, but like this is the best quality of the video Like it goes up to 720. It's terrible. I think the original video for this was even worse.
Well, you should click the 720 to make it like, because it said it auto, and I know that it said 720, but sometimes it can. Do you know what I'm talking about? It'll like buffer a little bit at like 480 or whatever, and then it'll like pick it up at 720. But if you go in and manually do it, then it's like, fine, I'll do it, and then it goes and does it. But
we'll see if it gets any better.
Yeah, it probably.
Also, wait,
won't,
I think he's saying here they did rubidium, strontium, and lead too.
And at the top is potassium argon, and I don't know the ranges of validity for these, but something that works at 10,000 years is very unlikely. I would imagine, I could be wrong, is very unlikely to be reliable at 4.5 billion years.
Yeah, and Pete Down, it's not the fact that I don't like you, I don't care. And you don't bother me. You are just there, and in a lot of cases you're just wrong. But if you want to come in, you're very welcome to, because this is not my channel and you don't get it. And I don't have to be rude. I was just pointing out factual information.
Yeah, we'll be here for another hour or so.
Minimum.
Well, yeah, probably. So if you want to come on, feel free. It is an open invite, as long as you click the link and you behave.
Rocks were in fact 2.6 billion years old. Rubidium strontium isochron method said that no, the rocks were actually 1.34 billion years old. Rubidium strontium isochron.
We have a Jake. Hello.
Hey, what's happening?
Pain.
And potheads.
Not the good kind.
Yeah, I mean, we got plenty of the good time in chat on the panel. It's great, but this guy.
Yeah,
what a mess.
I had to jump in because I've watched so many hours of these young Earth creationists and their nonsense that they spew. I was like, oh, that's Ian Juby. As soon as I saw him, I was like, I know exactly who that is. And
yep,
it's just like this is like such nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, it runs the whole gamut with these creationists.
Yeah, and I'm breaking my brain, and one of you guys probably know who I'm talking about, but the radiometric dating stuff that we're just talking about. The knucklehead that did the rock formation in Turkey is Noah's Ark. Which one was that?
Ron Howard? Is that?
I think so.
Ron. Is that his name? Ron Howard?
Yeah.
Right. No. Ron Howard is a famous director.
Real quick.
Yeah, I'm like that sounds like a celebrity name.
It's Ron Wild.
Ron
Wild.
Sorry, real
Wyatt.
Wyatt. You have a
Wyatt.
You can post
Ron Wyatt.
Wyatt. Yes, Ron Wyatt was the knucklehead that sent the volcanic rock to be radiometrically dated, and was completely did not give the lab any background on the rock that he was sending him. He was just like, hey, date this, and they're like, we're getting this wacky stuff, and he was like, look, yep, it doesn't work. They're like, no, you chucklehead, what are you doing?
It's the same thing when you get to the Miller story, he was another creationist that took some mineralized fossils to get it radiocarbon dated.
Yeah.
Pain.
And wasn't it Carl Baugh that he had these, he put all these like random everyday objects underneath some kind of waterfall or something, and they were becoming calcified, and he was trying to say that they were petrified. And it was like, no, these are two completely different chemical processes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think Baugh did that too. A few creationists have.
He's got the limestone cowboy.
I'm not sure I want to know the reference.
It's a dig at the song Rhinestone Cowboy, but he's got a
Glenn Campbell
fossilized, in real emphasis, fossilized cowboy foot in a boot.
That one.
It's called the Limestone Cowboy.
Hey, okay, wait a minute. Dr. Dino, you're from Iowa and you don't know a Glenn Campbell reference? That's just wrong. Glenn Campbell? Oh, sorry. The musician in me, I have to calm down.
Is it a country song? Because I actually hate country music.
It's country-ish. Glenn Campbell was actually part of the Wrecking Crew, who were the early 60s studio musicians that, like, the Mamas and the Papas, the Beach Boys, a bunch of those people. But he has famous ties to the Midwest, and I'm just busting your chops.
Also, so Maya shared this in the chat. I think I'll just go ahead and play it again quick.
Well, can we get to the end of the weird 70s porno music?
Only if you do. Maya, you gotta get this too. He's dancing with himself. Here, I'll put it on 2x speed.
Why is that an improvement?
Well,
Hey, I've actually produced adult content, and my music was better than that.
Here, tell you what, Maya, click that again, and I'll play it again, and we'll see how deep we can make this right now. We'll just have a party room of weasels.
We're having a danceception here.
Well, in that case, it needs to start to become contagious, though. Okay, like Jake, and the next time Jake also needs to dance with me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And then you guys need to figure out some way to do an avatar dance or like turn a camera on or something, because it's all about the beat.
I actually physically can't dance with all the metal in me. I literally can't move in any sort of way like that.
You can turn your profile here into like a
you can do the robot
GIF or something.
No, I physically can't. I can't even lift my shoulder like that because of the way that the
can you do this?
About that. That's about all I can do.
Then do that. Your excuses are gone.
I can't actually rotate the hip, but I can actually raise my... Yeah.
And Dr. T, I gotta say, I can only dance if I've got a guitar in my hands. That's my only caveat. I can't dance unless I'm playing it.
Do you have a guitar?
I have two across the room.
And I'm not seeing the problem here. Okay, you guys need to find your way to make it a yes instead of finding reasons to make it a no.
Such positivity.
Oh, I'm down if I could, but I can't. That's the problem.
The only way you do something you've never done before is if you try.
Dr. T, looking for answers.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, that's why they pay me the big bucks of a postdoc salary. not
Oh,
not
boy.
lucrative.
Yeah. You know, the sad thing is I probably make more money than you, and I am in a crappy industry job.
I actually get paid a decent top line amount, but I live in Silicon Valley, so it all goes to rent. Just every bit of it goes to rent.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as bad as like Manhattan, but it's pretty bad.
Well, I live in rural Illinois, and I make $30 an hour regular time, and I get lots of overtime. So
good deal.
I make just under $4,000 a month, and I live in a low cost of living area.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Which is why
we should probably continue the video.
Yeah.
Maybe
let's
he'll
make fun of
explain
some
why
creationist shit.
maybe he'll explain why he's got the pot on his head, because
By the way, I'd like to remind everybody, I was invited on because I'm a physicist. Okay, so I expect tips for the dancing is my point. Anyway.
I'm all out of singles.
Man, in like 250 subs, I can take super chats, I think. Unfortunately.
Apparently, I think they changed that. I was going over this with Maya the other day. I think they changed it from 1K to down to 500 or something.
For super chats and something else in particular, super chats and memberships, I think.
Well, I mean, I don't know how memberships work. I've never dabbled in that, of course. So let's move on.
Oh wait.
Let's get back to the nonsense.
Wait.
we need to
Wait a sec.
Oh, God damn it.
Okay, Jake, are you ready?
Jake, you gotta go get your guitar, man.
We can do this later. We need to get into the creationist crazy.
We can do it really quick.
Oh crap! I'm outside.
He's doing a thing with his hands. He can't just put it down. That's not something you can just. Well, maybe now he can. Man, you're feeling better at that than I ever was.
Shimmy your shoulders.
Sadly, that's just plain tobacco. All right, grabbing the guitar.
I feel like I should up the ante somehow, but I don't know how. Oh no, I totally know how. I'm gonna dance with my whiteboard. There we go.
The whiteboard.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, are you ready?
Yup.
Hit it.
Oh.
Maya, you gotta get this too. He's dancing with himself. He's getting more distant.
Only the best content.
Here. I'll put it on 2 times speed.
Why is that an improvement?
Well, when okay, let.
That reminds me of my heavy metal days.
All right, I think that's enough, at least for now.
Hey, the thing we can say is that is not nearly as silly as what is about to come out of this guy's mouth.
Yeah.
Maybe potentially.
Is supposed to be the holy grail of radio dating methods, not only to ascertain the age of a rock, but actually able to give us an indication of how accurate the age is, or if the rock has been contaminated. So which age is the correct age? We have a spread of ages different by a factor of 260,000. Well, rubidium strontium isochron is supposed to be the most accurate of the methods, so let's go with that age.
Pause.
Is it?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't care. I want error bars. Why? Where are my damn error bars? Why can't this guy any of them ever find any error bars, please? Sorry, I'm calm. I'm calm.
Hey, this is a creationist bingo square. Big numbers, big numbers. Look, when you're talking about billions of years and like a margin of 200,000 years is tiny. It's tiny.
That's pretty rare. Normally, it's not that small.
But still, like,
yeah.
valid point though.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
actually said it, Tapioca, because that's just what I've been feeling the whole time they've been talking about it. Where's the data? It's just
it's not even the data. It is the, if you're going to summarize the data, you should have two numbers displayed and available. You don't necessarily need to say them both out loud. If you have on the screen, it is 2.6 and then parentheses 5 billion years, and you just say 2.6 billion years. If the information is on the slide, that's totally fine, because I know that you mean an uncertainty of 5 in that last digit, and you mean an uncertainty, therefore, of 500 million years. And that's great. But it means that, because every like, if it's giving these age ranges and it's giving them with small error bars, then it's an indication that there is something wrong with using this measurement to determine the age of these rocks, which may be true. There's a million reasons that may be true. Okay.
And also, just I just noticed, we've been talking about sample size. They measured one sample for rubidium strontium. One.
This is a common thing with creationists, though, is they have to corrupt the data as much as they possibly can to get these false results that they can present to the flock who don't know any different. We all have listened to this stuff long enough that we're like, well, this is obviously bullshit. But to like, and coming from, I wasn't young Earth, but I was very religious in my youth. You know, when the pastor's the pulpit telling you these things and parroting these things, you don't question it. It's this, you know, here's this person that's an authority to me, and this is what they're telling me, so I just that's how it is. And that's one of the things that led me away from it all in the end, was like, hey, wait a minute, here's all the ways that I can now prove that they were lying to me, or at least they didn't know what they were talking about. But that's what they have to do. They have to do that because there's a certain percentage of those people that are never going to question it.
Yeah, and it's a large percentage.
And the other issue comes into it that a lot of the things that they talk about and simplify are actually a lot more complex than what they are trying to portray.
All of it is. I mean, all of every subject is, to be fair, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. There's way more nuance, and like sanding away and like getting people to ignore that nuance that's their bread and butter. That's the only way these guys get by.
Yeah.
But just Beamsy and I talked about it earlier too, but just when you do stuff like this, not only do you want to use as many different methods as you can, but you also want to take hundreds of samples. Like at least a few dozen, just to be sure you can cancel out any individual white noise, basically.
Yeah, and because the airline might lose your luggage.
The average sample size, what I was doing when we were doing drilling up near Cairns, we were taking an average of 253 samples per point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you do.
And a great illustration of this is when creationists talk about the probability of our universe coming into existence. It's like, hey, jokers, we have a sample size of 1 when it comes
A
to the
sample-
universe.
A sample size
That's-
of 1 does not a trend line make. Yes, indeed.
You can't make a line. It takes 2 points to make a line. You can't make a line with 1 point.
Yep.
Yeah. And like not only that, like they can try to throw out a number like, oh, there's a 1 in a trillion chance that everything would align the way it did, or that we would have the universe we have. Okay. But how many different options were there? 1, we can't know. 2, something had to be picked. We just in the reality where it was like this.
What do you mean we can't know? Because we get a better idea every day.
Well, a better way of putting it is anything possibly happening is very close to 0. So, using rounding, it is possible that nothing can ever happen. But
a deck of cards, yeah.
Yeah, it's...
The odds of you playing the game of poker that you played are essentially 0. But you had to play some game of poker if you, in fact, played a game of poker, you know. So somebody had to win some number had to come up in the lottery. Eventually, somebody is likely to win one of these numbers. Sometimes it takes a long time because
it's why making ratios and statistics or probabilities like this in reality is absolutely pointless. Because yes, you might get a 1 in 1,000 chance of doing it, but
what do you mean it's pointless? I don't know.
Well, you might give you before you do it, it has a good idea. So it gives you an idea of the possibility of something happening, but making it as a post-deductive reasoning, it's pointless because it happened.
Okay, I think
with the predictive reasoning, you can say that you've got a 1 in 1,000 chance of this going right. With the post-deductive reasoning,
you have to be careful. What you have to do is if you're going to do analysis and model comparison, like after the data are configured, and particularly if you happen to already be aware of like what the data are specifically. If you then try and make a model and fit it to that, you have to be, cautious and deliberate about how you do that. You can't just start adding parameters that phenomenologically make your model fit the data better without having a good theoretical reason to add those.
Which is why it's a good predictive model, but not a very good post-deductive model.
Yeah,
so,
but
really
sometimes...
Quick, sorry, really quick. I think we're about to go on a different tangent because we have a P-Town.
Oh, before we go on the tangent, you should put onto that first link I put in, the first YouTube link. It shows you the Injubi and is laying eggs on the run.
I thought you were going to say it's the link where
I
threatened to kill you, Beamsy. Why are you spreading rumors like that? I never did anything like that.
Yes, you did. It's after I insulted your mother.
No, I never threatened to kill you, even if you insulted my mother.
God damn it, Beamsy.
Damn, Beamsy.
I'm going to go get a glass of water.
I thought you'd love me by now, Beamsy. Anyway, hi, guys. Did I offend you again by saying... Oh. Is it okay that I like you, Beamsy?
Don't care.
Beamsy, what specifically... Are we going down this rabbit hole? This is not my channel.
We don't need to. No, I don't want to. And
I've got a brain injury that actually prevents me from having real emotions. So I don't actually express emotions at all. So basically the idea of liking or anything else like that is an alien concept to me.
Okay.
So I really just don't care. That's more of the basic of it. I'm just
incapable. I wasn't. The reason I pointed out it wasn't my channel is because it is Doc's channel, which was why I raised the point. And it suddenly looks like we might turn the stream, at least for a few minutes, into litigating this old thing that I didn't even know about P-Town allegedly saying something about
No, we don't just
Beamsy's
talk about
family.
it. I have to call it out though, because by the time rumors go through the atheist community, I was holding him at gunpoint. You know.
Oh no, that's definitely not happened. You just made the threat of it.
Yeah. Also, I mean, to be fair, I did say I was going to go
him.
get some water, so you guys can do whatever you want.
Okay, well.
Hey, Tapioca. It's always
Hey,
good to see
P-Town.
you.
I mean, I'm a gorgeous guy. Did you see me dance?
Yeah, you look like you lost weight.
I have lost weight. I have. Since February, I've lost about 35 pounds.
Really? What did you do? I'm on a diet. I've lost 20.
I stopped being in graduate school mostly. Yeah. I've been eating better. I've been ordering meal kits. Like I get Home Chef occasionally, and I've been also getting food from Factor. They still send you the stuff that you can just microwave. So
nice.
I don't order out as often, and it's healthier and slightly less expensive also.
I will tell you, my wife has this crazy fast metabolism. Once I got married, 3 meals a day just did not do well with me. But
well, so P-Town, you wanted to ask Beamsy something? Was that it?
I wanted to ask him if I can come on, because I don't want to be a nuisance to him. If he doesn't want me on, I don't want to ruin his little hate on, I don't know, pothead creationist dude, literal pothead. I mean,
to be fair,
I'm
the one who started making fun of him for being a pothead, which I'm allowed to do. Okay, for obvious reasons.
No, I'm talking about the dude actually wearing a pot on his
head. I know. No, me too.
Me
too. I know. I'm the guy who calls him a pothead because he's wearing a pot on his head.
Oh,
that's Ian JB.
Yeah, Beamsy isn't a creationist.
Actually, I am.
Paganist, right, or something like that.
The Celt. It's a bit more complex, but yeah.
Go on.
Well, at least you agree rocks are real.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're saying rocks aren't real.
No, my beliefs exist outside of reality, so that's where the creationist aspect comes into it.
Nothing exists outside of reality. If it exists, it necessarily exists in reality. That's what reality is and what existence is.
That's a rabbit hole we can go down later, but then, yeah.
It's not what I'm qualified for. I just had to say it because it's the obvious thing to say to be a troll.
Because then you've got to go into the aspects of what existence is.
Axiomatic reasoning.
Yeah,
I'm not ready for philosophy. That's too hard.
Yeah, maybe we should get Leo in here.
Oh, yeah. Physics. Philosophy is hard. Physics is easy.
Yeah, it is, because it's possible to be wrong in physics, indisputably. It's not possible to be indisputably wrong in philosophy. Like, in a deductive fashion. You can't be... Anything goes.
What do you mean by indisputable?
Exactly. These are not conversations that come up in physics unless you're crossing over into philosophy of physics. Which, when it comes to quantum mechanics, I have had meetings that got derailed about what exactly constituted a measurement, like 3 times, and it was interesting because we were like, okay, well, when does the projection of the wave function onto its eigenstates, at what point in the experiment does that occur? And that wasn't, so yeah. But also it's an indication that we weren't doing the math properly, so.
Me simple
that's
guy
not complicated.
Shiny, rocks go clack clack when clapped together.
It's a much more advanced version of 1 + 1 = 2, whereas philosophy is a much more advanced version of what is language. Okay, like the two aren't comparable.
Oh well. Anyway, you're welcome to stick around, P-Town. If you have any questions about the stuff we go over, feel free to ask them. But I think we've gone through about a minute in the last hour.
Well, hopefully I wasn't me.
You invited me on, just to be clear.
Well, yeah.
Did I mention that there's Indian artifacts in the lava flows? Therefore, we know the lava is actually 800 to 1,000 years old. Oops. This is certainly not an isolated case. A typical old Earth geologist will reply with contamination. Well, obviously we have the wrong answer, therefore the sample must have been contaminated. Wait a minute. That's shooting yourself in the foot.
Don't do it, bro!
Ow! The only reason you are claiming contamination is because we found out the actual age of the rock based on archaeology after the fact. How about all those rock layers that we can't verify the age of?
Oh boy. So this is why we don't use radiometric dating on such young things, and also why we do hundreds of samples.
And also, aren't igneous things? Don't you have to be? Are those like the best, or are they like not the best to do radiometric dating on?
Igneous is probably is the only one you can. It's sedimentary that
the only one you can
do.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Metamorphic gives
it's not
you
the only
strange.
one you can do. You can do detrital zircon dating, but it's much less precise.
Yeah, it just gives you the most precise. You can do it on metamorphic, but you get some really strange results sometimes. And sedimentary, it's incredibly difficult. They're still working on that one.
It's very situational, but you can do it.
Yeah. Okay. So, but this guy, this is just not true then.
Well,
Yeah, no.
but here's the thing that a newer igneous rock, like things that are less, what is it? Is it less than 10,000 years? Is something like that with igneous rock? It's like less than 10,000 years. You're going to get a nonsense result.
It depends on what method you use, I think.
Yeah,
Like,
it depends.
Well, actually, not necessarily, because the thing is, it's the nuclear composition is going to be minimally affected in a pure igneous sample, right? From material that has not been inside in the context of the magma that it came from, for millions of years, probably. Right. It's not going to have, maybe the surface layer will or something. You could do like photoluminescent dating or something on it.
Well, so back in 1997, we used argon dating to date the Pompeii eruption. I think it got to within a few months.
Yeah. Well, and
it was 7 years off. Only 7 years. With the error bar being 94 years.
Yeah, so
this is exactly what I was talking about with that one knucklehead from earlier. He took stuff from rocks from Mount St. Helens and sent it to labs to be radiometrically dated, but it was so new that they got nonsense results.
They'd need to use something with a half-life on just the order of years, and those things are just straight up that's just a straight up radiation hazard. Like stuff that has a half-life of years, you don't want that around. You don't want too much carbon-14 around. If everything were carbon-14, like we'd have a lot of problems. Probably.
I mean, hey, have you ever had to test your basement for radon?
Right.
That's a big thing in the Midwest.
Yep.
I had to have a radon test done before I bought my house.
Yeah, well, and you gotta keep a detector down there too.
Yeah.
I've heard. Yeah, I think that's a requirement in the last few years.
Because the other thing is, it doesn't matter if it's a requirement or not. Do it because it'll seep in there. It'll seep in there and have like noble gases, not heavy metals. I mean, it is a heavy metal, right? It's a gas.
No, it's a noble gas.
It can be both. Well, it can't be a metal, I guess, but it can be a heavy element. But yeah, it's a noble gas. Noble gases can just like get all up in everything because they don't care. They just shimmy through tiny little cracks like they ain't even there. So it'll just diffuse through your wall.
Yeah, I like Jackson's idea of palladium dating.
Can I ask a question?
That's what they tried to do, but it doesn't work.
Oh, yep. We got a question. Go ahead.
It's a little off topic, but when when it comes to, say, the Grand Canyon, when I've looked into it, it seems like it is a catastrophic event that caused the erosion. As far as I can tell, is that something? Am I crazy for thinking that?
So that is not accurate. At least for the most part, the carving of the Grand Canyon appears to have been done by is it the Colorado River?
Yep.
Yes.
That's what we're told.
Colorado River.
But what about? But I don't. Doesn't it look like it was just a lake that broke loose?
To me, it doesn't. For the record,
No.
if we're gonna go on just what it looks like, to me, it doesn't. I visited the Grand Canyon in fall of 2019, and I spent a few days there, and I walked around, and I became convinced that the primary method of erosion of the cliff surfaces, not the canyon bed, the primary method of that is erosion from the Colorado River, and yes, a lot of it does happen during periodic floods of the Colorado River, but we're talking about events that happen every few years that it move a couple of big boulders a lot. They never cut a whole nother 10 feet in the canyon. Maybe in one isolated spot they'll chisel away a thing and that one spot will go down 10 feet. But yeah.
Also, Beamsy, I think I read your mind. I found the exact same image. You want to go?
Yeah, that is Horseshoe Bend. There is no way. Yeah.
It wouldn't happen.
Yeah. The physics doesn't work for that to happen in a catastrophic event.
Well, when I say a catastrophic, I mean a dam that, or of a giant lake. I mean,
an impulse event or a couple of impulse events, right?
Yeah, something like maybe over a period of a month or a week.
So
I don't mean
there's too many switchbacks. There's too many switchbacks.
It isn't how these things work. I also just don't think the top of it looks like it has been recently eroded by water. Everything above these the sort of yellow erosion paths, you know what I'm talking about, on the left side there. You can see where it looks like it's dirt that's eroded, and then you got the sheer cliffs. Those sheer cliffs, those are periodically getting flaked away, I think, by water that gets in there and then freezes and expands, and you get a couple little bits of rock that flake away each year, and over a lot of time it's chiseled back, but it's slabs of rock
in Arizona though.
Is
it behind the mountains?
Oh yeah, the desert gets.
No, hang on. Whoa, stop. I got to break in here. I did basic training in Fort Huachuca, AIT, in Fort Huachuca, Arizona, which is just outside Sierra Vista, which is 15 minutes away from the U.S.-Mexican border. We had disturbingly cold winters down there. I'm from the Midwest.
Yeah. It is. I live over a mile up. Yeah, it's over a mile up at the top of the canyon.
Yep. I live in Illinois. I grew up in Indiana. I know what cold winters are like.
Yes.
I went down to the desert for AIT, and there was stupid cold nights during the winter down there. So there were mornings where we woke up to 8 inches of snow on the ground, and by 8 o'clock in the morning, it was all melted. But there were nights where it was...
And it seeps into the cracks.
22 degrees.
And it freezes and expands the cracks.
Yeah. So no, the desert in Arizona and Colorado and everywhere that the Colorado River runs, no, in the wintertime, it gets stupid cold there.
And you get it with these big freeze-thaw cycles that happen every day for a period of months sometimes.
Yeah.
And that is the way to destroy a chunk of rock. If you got a crack in it and you've got moisture in it and you freeze it and thaw it and freeze it and thaw it, you're going to split that baby open.
That was the theory they taught me when I lived in England when it comes to cutting the stones for, say, Stonehenge. Was they use that method?
Could be.
If you could see the picture that is now up on there, that is what sheer cliffs look like that are caused by the Missoula flood. That's
okay. So this is what I wanted to talk about. I just drove through Eastern Washington, and I just remember as a kid, because I grew up there, you know, when I was an evolutionist, and I'm just looking at some of the canyons and everything, and it just didn't look like something that was formed by a bunch of rivers.
That wasn't.
Slowly. Right. I know. That's my point. Come to find out, it wasn't. Right. It was in theory, rapid melting of the ice sheets, the glaciers.
No,
but it took many years.
Which failed. Sorry, I cut somebody off.
My point is, there were people that had that viewpoint for many years, but the pushback from the secular community was outrageous, and it's not until relatively recently have they accepted that hypothesis.
50 years.
I don't know when it was accepted.
But that's the thing, though, is like because you can point to one or a few instances that are the exception,
and
that doesn't make it the rule.
And also, the reason they're available to you as the exception is because science did change its mind. Science is not dogmatic in that same way.
But if you also look at the difference in the formation style, that's literally a straight run. That's gouged out. Grand Canyon is not gouged. It is slowly eroded, because look at the difference in the way that it's formed. You can see that is distinctly formed and a straight run. That's what happens in a...
Yeah. You have to evaluate
a distinctive image, though. I mean, I just drove through the place, and there's a lot out there that definitely doesn't look like that.
Well,
but you have to evaluate the diagnostic characteristics of all these different things. There's all, like, in each different instance, there's going to be.
I just drove through. And this is where I grew up. After England, right there where the 4 is.
Here,
Right on the edge of the Scablands.
Beamsy, maybe we should explain what it looks like when there is a disastrous flood.
I think Jake was in the middle of a thought, and then we all cut him off.
Yeah, I did. That was my fault. I didn't mean to cut him off.
No, but that's the thing, is you have to actually look at all the little different diagnostic pieces of evidence that describe what the physical reality is that you're observing. There's you have to really break down the details, and this goes back to what Beamsy was saying, is that when you look at the Grand Canyon, it does not have this rapid the diagnostic characteristics of a rapid formation. It has the diagnostic characteristics of a slow, gradual formation. And these other formations that you're talking about, they have the diagnostic characteristics of a rapid formation. And the only way we know that is from looking at the data over time and comparing these things and seeing what these different characteristics are. That's what allows science to make these determinations, and that's why we have to trust the data that we're seeing. That's the thing with science, is we're not trusting what somebody else says. We're looking at what is actually physically there.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, that's what I was saying, is when I was little, I remember thinking, I just don't see how, like, I believed that, the Yakima River and this river and that river slowly formed the canyons. But when I looked at it, it didn't make sense at the time. But I didn't realize until later on that It wasn't actually that did it.
To be fair, P-Town, the fact that you may have been right about that does not mean that you should substitute the intuitions of a child looking out the window of their car driving through the state of Washington. You should not substitute the intuitions of that child for the conclusions of science.
I'm not.
Field.
What I do, if you haven't noticed, is I think it's important to study history, and if we're going to talk science, it's important to study the history of science so we can get a foundation for where we've been, so we can somewhat understand where we're going. Whether you're an atheist or a Christian, I think it's paramount that we let the scientific process guide us. I think we're in agreement there. It's when we start to have a fixed position on particular matters for alternative reasons is when things don't go well.
Yes, I agree with you, and I would maintain very strongly that in the stunningly vast majority of cases, the reasons that scientists have for being so confident about something aren't just because they were like told it or raised with it, or they're accepting the words of other people. It's because it's an explanation that works, and none of the other explanations work, and it's an explanation that fits in like a puzzle piece in so many places. We're not just scientists don't just say things and then 95% of scientists don't generally agree on an idea that's less than 50 years old unless it's been through the ringer. And they're not going to agree on an idea that's older than that unless nobody was able to like overturn it, which is generally how it works.
Here,
Science is descriptive, not prescriptive.
That depends on your philosophy of science. Sean Carroll, for example, I think would very much disagree with you, or would very much agree with you. It actually depends very much on what you think is being prescribed or described.
Well, when you start talking about Sean Carroll, you're going into a different realm there.
Here,
the quantum realm.
Really quick, maybe I can just explain this really quick. So, with the Missoula flood here, so if the Grand Canyon was the result of a flood, we would expect to see something similar to this. Now, let's say we had a big lake that suddenly emptied out and flooded the surrounding area. What you would have is a big like initial fill where the water just goes out and covers the place, and then the water rises high enough that it can start eroding a straight shot to the ocean, because that's basically what water wants to do, quote unquote, at any given point, is find the lowest place it possibly can.
It always finds its level, okay? Because we live on a flat, infinite plane.
So just as soon as it gets its opening, it just shoots straight down to the ocean. That's not what we see with the Grand Canyon. Here, I've got another map of it here. The Grand Canyon continuously meanders. Like, it just keeps meandering. It doesn't have that big shoot point that you would expect to see. Does that make any sense, P-Town?
Yeah, I'm aware of this. It's not new information to me.
Okay.
Some of the reasons, and I can't remember, it's been a while since I looked into it, but I think some of the elevation changes is what was one of the things that led me to think possibly it happened from a big lake.
It's in a volcanic region. That's easy to explain.
I mean, because to think that, it's hard to believe that the Colorado River flew,
Nobody thinks that.
Hill,
yeah,
uphill, right?
P-Town,
but I'm not sure. I'm looking at it here. I don't know.
Hold on.
Well,
P-Town,
I'm sorry.
Make our counter argument for us. I think you can do it.
I'm actually not sure what it is in this case. It sounds like something with volcanoes. I'm guessing what Beamsy said. Also, water can flow uphill, by the way, because it has it has adhesion.
Capillary action is not going to be causing erosion, P-Town. I will fight you on this one, and I will win.
The Romans made water go uphill all the time just because of its properties are pretty fantastic.
Hang on. P-Town, you're not wrong about that. I work at a landfill, okay? I have seen water go up, but the only reason it actually goes up is because there's enough pressure behind it. There's enough water on the back side of it.
And then the combination of adhesion, the stickiness of water, once you get the momentum going, it'll kind of
those two are not at play in the same situation.
I'm assuming I'm assuming it's not uphill is the simple explanation, that I'm wrong. I just don't know how to read a damn map.
No, in that case, it would be uphill, but at no point in the past do I think that anything more than a few dozen feet at most would have been uphill. And at that point, you can totally imagine a thing going down and going swoop.
Well, right? I thought that when I looked at it, if you look at it from millions of years ago and you start from the top down, it looks like using that premise that the Colorado River flowed uphill somehow.
It didn't. So the thing is that area has tectonic uplift.
Okay, gotcha. Yes. Right. Well, that's a simple explanation. Well, then I'd have to see evidence for the tectonic uplift.
Fair enough.
Because if you look at it, and I probably checked that out, 10 years ago or 7 years ago, and you'll notice that the Grand Canyon, the layers are pretty flat. Unanimously.
Yeah, it's the whole thing would be uplifted.
You would see uplift.
No, you wouldn't, because if the whole state of Arizona is uplifted.
Okay, gotcha. It would be so gradual because it's such a big
amount of space. Exactly.
You wouldn't notice it. Okay,
exactly. And we're talking
too, right? So we need at least I'm gonna go. Maybe I'll go figure out a way to check that out. A lot of this stuff is like
So one of the ways
but I don't have the time to go research.
P-Town. For example, one of the tools that we now have at our disposal for studying tectonic motion is the GPS system. And the GPS system, because of how precise we're able to make the clocks, and I can go way into that.
You and I both can, because we both know a lot about that. Because we're big into cosmology and space time.
Well, the clocks in particular,
gravity's influence on it. That's right, your grandpa, yeah.
He didn't make clocks. Okay, my advisor Jun Yi made clocks, and he made the most accurate clock in the world, and he may hold the record currently.
Colorado, yeah.
And yes, exactly. And because of how accurate these clocks are, when it's pinging off of 17 or 20 GPS satellites at once, it's able to use all of that information, and the collective pinging of all of these things off of each other are able to, over time, with data collection and statistics, track motions of the tectonic plates at the millimeter scale. Millimeter scale.
Can I dumb it down for the audience, if there is an audience? Of what you're saying.
There's a small audience. Don't do me dirty like that.
Well, to be fair, the audience is 6 people and the panel has 5. So.
Well, hang on. No, I got to push back on that. I'm sorry, P-Town.
What Tapioca Weasel was saying about the clocks.
Yeah, no, but I got to.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I got to push back on that, though.
Finish my thought real quick. Basically, these clocks.
Okay, go ahead.
They're actually able to measure elevation because of the effects of the Earth's gravity affects the timing of the clocks. In essence, it's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. But that was exactly my pushback, was that you were like, oh, Dr. Tapioca Weasel, you need to dumb that down for the audience. But no, I'm an idiot, and I was tracking.
Oh, well, thank you.
No, but I was just trying to rephrase it because, I tend to talk in plain words. I didn't mean it like in an offensive way.
That is,
But-
to be fair to P-Town, I was attempting to put it in plain words, and my point was these satellites all working together and doing a lot of math and a lot of statistics can determine the position of a thing that you've bolted into rock.
Right.
It's bolted into rock, my guy. It can determine that thing's motion compared to this other thing that's bolted to this other rock.
Right.
20 miles away,
right?
It can determine their relative position to within a millimeter.
Yeah.
Here, so
And it can follow that as it changes.
So really quick, and maybe just the last word on this topic. Here's an elevation map of the United States. Blue is low elevation, red is high elevation. And you can just see here in the western U.S., particularly
California
right
is
here,
screwed for that.
right here where the Grand Canyon is, it is very high. The Grand Canyon's highest point is, I think, like 11,000 feet above sea level.
Is that the Colorado River that starts in Colorado and comes down?
Yeah.
Guys,
Yep.
look,
This
look
is the
what I'm
Grand
saying. So I guess it is. It's higher elevation to lower. I see that.
Mhm.
Can we?
Where's
zoom
the lake,
in?
bro?
Can we zoom in to see if it goes up and down?
Well, this map isn't high enough.
Because
It doesn't go up and down. It does not go up and down right now.
So the
That's
Colorado
darn
River
sure.
starts up around here,
right,
and
we
it
can see
goes down into this light blue area. So it does go from higher to lower.
And okay, I get. Yeah, that's my point. Is that's how water is going to travel. And now,
Yes,
where the
but
Grand
you
Canyon
were
is.
asking about uplift in this area. The
Mhm.
entire western United States is uplifted into a massive mountain range.
Yup.
Which this map just puts it in a really easy to visualize perspective.
Yeah. And
Okay.
and with the elevation of where the Colorado River starts, if there are ups and downs along the way, those ups and downs are minimal compared to where it starts to where it ends. So there's no mystery here.
Yeah, when rivers erode, when rivers erode, they do so based on their start point and their end point. That basically sets the velocity of the water. The steeper the gradient, the faster the river is going to flow, and the faster it's going to erode. And it's not just the Grand Canyon that's eroded like this. All of the rivers in the area are down cut. The western US is filled with these deep cut valleys. The Colorado River is just one of the most spectacular ones. That's why it's so famous. But we see these canyons everywhere.
It's so
that
funny
whole region,
if you look at the top left, you can
cut.
totally see why I was so confused growing up.
Well,
See that-
I mean,
that-
up here is
that
where
one-
Lake Missoula
the
burst.
Eastern Washington sect, where I was like, man, the stuff I'm learning in school just does not match up with what I'm looking at here.
Well, no, because like we've explained.
I know,
Like,
we already explained.
The dam burst, it flooded an area, and then it shot straight to the ocean. That's what happens in a big flood like that.
The next thing I need to do is I want to look at the layers to see how much to see what they look like relative to the uplift that you're demonstrating here. That would be my next approach. And if there's a better approach, then let me know.
P-Town, this isn't in regards to whether there's a better approach or not. I'm not a geologist. Have you thought about the heat problem though?
I have. It's Gutsick Given or whatever her name is.
Yeah, no,
My attention.
She is forever in my debt because it is like with her. It is my favorite problem with creation cosmology, I suppose, and creation geology.
Well, I mean, just so you know, I mean, there's a lot of things I don't have an answer for when it comes to,
story of my life.
The thing that I choose to believe in. I have evidence for both sides, and even though, quite frankly, if I take modern science and just believe a lot of the stuff that they present, the evidence outweighs the position that I want to believe. It's just my position is just way cooler.
I mean, you know what? At the end of the day,
that's the way I approach everything.
At the end of the day, that's also the core of every justification I have for my argument. I suppose in some way. Wow, that's such an easy thing to quote mine. Don't quote mine me on that, please.
I'll make E-Town t-shirts. Mine's way cooler. No, I mean, but yeah, I have thought about the heat problem. The premise is that in order for this to happen, I mean, anytime you're going to have, I can't remember, but it's just basically have a lot of energy that's going to be released here, and
over a lot of different mechanisms. The one that everybody remembers as the heat problem is the radioactive decay. That is not the only thing that's going on. You also have, for example, you have the tectonic activity as everything moves, and you have the lithification of various rock layers. That's an exothermic reaction in a lot of cases. You have all of the impact events that you have to deal with.
Tavia, I don't want to cut you off, but the core argument was the radioactive decay. So let me throw a premise out there, an idea, a possibility.
Yeah.
Like, what about the radiometric dating that we're observing? Maybe that points to an old Earth. Maybe that's the answer to the heat problem concerning radiometric decay, rapid radio. I'm just saying, because I believe in some crazy stuff, guys. I believe that.
Yeah, you believe that possibly is a good argument for the existence of God, which I call the P-Town argument, and sometimes I have it just written on my whiteboard.
It's a good one, and we're still going to have to.
It's a terrible argument.
It's a great argument, baby.
Terrible argument.
Great argument. Objectively brilliant.
It's
Nobel Prize and a Nobel Peace Prize.
P-Town, what it is, and I am convinced now more than ever, you agree as well, it is a meme-worthy argument, and if you are going to build your church, you're going to build it upon that rock.
Well, I mean, you guys talked about it earlier. Like, I get your side of it. It's the 1-to-1 ratio because we have nothing else to observe. I get it. I'm just saying that excuse sucks, guys, because we have
annular eclipses, bro.
We do have things to compare it to. There's other planets with other moons and other suns, and we're special here. And it's there for you to see that God made it, and it's simple and it's brilliant.
No, well, here's a
1-to-1 ratio. That's stupid.
I gotta jump in here. This comes down to that sample size thing again. This is the flaw in your argument, P-Town, is that as far as we know, we only have a sample size of 1.
False. I just told you there's other planets and other moons and other suns.
Wait, but here's the thing.
Hello.
Here's the thing, though. You're presuming that we are somehow special.
I'm not. I can present it with facts.
Wait. Prove to me that somewhere else, just in our galaxy, that there's not life, not other forms of life, not other forms of intelligent life.
That's not my argument right now.
No,
that's not my argument. No, let's talk about my argument. Let's talk about how solar eclipse is what you want to. I mean,
I think that we were talking about his specific argument, and you are bringing up a different argument.
I mean, I would love to discuss that afterwards, because that's always fun. But I'm trying to not honestly, to stem off of your point. I'm actually arguing something that isn't even related to life, right? It's not even in the Drake equation. It's just something that we all know is, and it's real, and it's super freaking awesome.
I mean, we don't all know that it is. Flat earthers have an entirely wackadoodle opinion about what it
don't
is.
associate me with those guys.
Well,
like
I wasn't. I did not mean to associate you with them. I bring them up a lot, P-Town. You've watched enough of my content to know that by now.
To be fair, P-Town, you and Flat Earthers are mostly drawing from the same source.
What? And I'm not arguing with you, P-Town, about the beauty and the exceptionalism of our existence. It's a wonderful thing. It most certainly is. But I want to know the truth of it.
Well, we'll address my point first, and then let's talk about that.
Okay.
Would you like me to present it? Since maybe
Go ahead.
you haven't heard it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So
I'm going to write it down. Hold on.
Look, I mean, if we look at school textbooks, and you'll see pictures of this in there, there's an alignment between the sun and the moon and the earth. Okay. But what the true alignment is between the sun, the moon, and Jake, your eyeballs, your brain. Okay. And this is because from our perspective, from our vantage point on Earth, sometimes when those two things align, the sun and the moon, from our vantage point, we can experience a total solar eclipse. There's also annular eclipses. Sure, those are beautiful too, but the precision when you really calculate it is phenomenal, and it doesn't have anything to do with a product of life. Like you could not have that and still have life. So when I said toss that into your Drake equation, I'm appealing to something that exists that isn't related to your evolutionary view of life being out there in other worlds. I'm appealing to some another phenomenon.
Well, but here's the thing: is we have measurements, and we have very precise measurements that it has not always been that way. And
I know. I'm so sick of it, though. It's
continue to remain that way later.
No,
we know.
I don't. I get it.
And we have measurements
it's
for
irrelevant.
this.
I already know that. It's irrelevant to my point.
Okay, hold on.
You're just going to say,
so
because you believe in millions of years, and you're just going to say, oh, we're only special right now. My point is, we're still special. You're just saying,
okay.
Oh, we're only special for the million years that we get to experience it. I think that's a poor objection, Jake.
I was writing the first.
This comes back to Douglas Adams, though.
This is terrible. I was writing the first part of your argument, P-Town, and I didn't hear the next part. So what's the next part? So school textbooks talk about cool alignments, which good enough. I mean,
it's on video. We and you and I.
Oh, okay, come on.
But fine. I don't want to. I'm not. We don't always have to talk about the P-Town proposal. Like I use it as a way to express, quite frankly, how God speaks to us, especially through His Word, because it's prophecy is patterns. Revelation is in the form of patterns. And if people can't grasp the simple pattern of the sun, the moon, and your brain, your eyeballs, like I know it's a poor argument. It's foolishness to the atheist, but I'm going to preach it to the end of my days, man, because it's a good example. God clearly made that, people.
And yet,
Praise
if
the
you
Lord.
look at the picture that I got put up there, if you were in Io's shadow, you would actually see a total lunar eclipse. Oh, damn. That's on a different planet. How did that happen, P-Town?
Oh, a giant gas ball where you're not sure when it's solid and when it's not solid, and it's not precise. The only place in the planet
that's irrelevant to the question.
No, it's not irrelevant to my point.
Which means
the only I'll steel man your guys' argument. There is one place, and that would be on Saturn. There is one moon, but it's elliptical. Its orbit is way too elliptical, if I'm using the right term, compared to our moon, which is very, very less elliptical.
The steel man of our argument would be your criteria for what makes it special is fundamentally arbitrary, other than it being pretty.
Because
it's not that arbitrary because of the precision.
No,
it's not very precise, bro. No, it's not that precise.
It is very precise. It's very precise. Now, you do have an annular eclipse, though. I'll give you that, where you get the ring of fire. Okay, but let me present an argument, though, to you, though. That's also awesome. The Bible seems to reference that as being like a crown to his glory, which is freaking cool to look at. If you've seen one, it does look.
I
like
called BS on that. I don't think.
Okay. Fine. I digress. God forbid I talk about the Bible. You're
overlaying.
Let me make my point, and then I swear I'll sit back. Let me make my.
I apologize. I didn't mean to make a point. I didn't mean to call you out whenever you went to the Bible. I meant to say that I bet that's vague as hell, and I don't agree with it. Even when I was a Christian and I looked at that passage, I would have never in a million years.
Verse by verse, and I'll show it to you one day. It's going to take a couple of years, but
all right, okay. Here's the thing, though. If I go on your channel, Maya will explain me.
Real quick, okay. When it comes to an annular solar eclipse, though, Jake Nelson's objection with the moon moving away from us, it means that we're going to experience total solar eclipse for 1 million years or something before it goes away, solely because of the annular solar eclipse. So in essence, even the imprecision expresses precision when you pattern it with the atheists. Now go ahead. That's
as you can see,
I'm sorry,
from the
P-Town.
perspective of Jupiter, you can see that Io was creating a total lunar eclipse in which the Io would be the same size as the sun on Jupiter. It doesn't matter if it's a gas giant or anything.
That's not what a total. That's. I don't think that's actually what those symbols mean. And I think actually I would be about to make P-Town's argument for him here if I were to keep going.
They're not symbols. What you're
God forbid. God forbid.
To be fair,
someone actually backs up.
How often do I do that? I do it a surprising amount.
A lot because you know that you only back it up when you agree with me and you believe it's right. Yeah, I don't expect anything else.
Yeah, I'm like, well, thank you. But on the image on screen right now, it is a total eclipse. That does not mean that it is a 1-to-1 match. That means that the sun is completely occluded.
Correct. That there's
on Earth. Earth, that happens in a pretty narrow arc, sometimes a vanishingly narrow arc if the eclipse happens to transition from total to annular. And the emphasis, by the way, is on the first syllable, as far as I know. From total to annular as opposed from annular to total. And so it wouldn't look the same. It would look like a big, much bigger disc that cuts in front of it. And that would look a lot less awesome, which is why I fundamentally boiled down P-Town's argument to the eclipse looks really awesome. Because it's specifically that matching that he's pointing out, which is remarkable.
Thank you. Remarkable is the word. Now I want you to add, and you would appreciate this, Tapioca Weasel. It's more than just it being freaking awesome. It is. Think about all the scientific discoveries that have been revealed to us because of it. And you would know that in your field.
You're right. I would. Jake was making a point, though. But yes, your point is noted.
Sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
Okay, P-Town. I am with you on the beauty of everything and how awesome it is and all these other things. But the problem with the argument you're making is that you are stepping directly into Douglas Adams' puddle.
Yeah,
I don't know who that
You're
is.
stepping right into Douglas Adams' puddle. The puddle analogy.
Are you aware of the puddle argument, P-Town? It's actually it really is apt here. Yes, and
it's
a good one. Jake, can you make
it? It's basically saying, does it make more sense to argue a puddle wakes up one morning and says, how amazing is it that this hole is so perfectly designed for me to live within it? And basically it's like, no, it's not that hole is so perfectly designed for this puddle to fit within that hole. It's just that the water is fluid and fits within that hole to create the puddle. So this is that anthropomorphic backwards view that in essence all religion teaches.
Well, see, this is why I make the distinction, though. I might have to look up what anthropomorphic means, but
in a way that
characteristics
to add human characteristics or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, though. I mean, I've been doing this for a year now. Tapioca Weasel. It's almost our anniversary. Can you believe it?
I'm touched.
I mean, I already know that there's no way that this silly argument is going to have an effect on atheists. Like, but I still do it anyway, because one day I pray that you guys would unharden your hearts and see the simple beauty.
Pause.
Oh no, God forbid.
P-Town, how many people on this panel are atheists?
You're not, Dr. Dino. Well, I don't want to for you. You're not sure. You don't want to publicly announce that you're not fully atheist. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Just, can I get a number?
Well, I mean, Beamsy, come on, he's Celtic. Tapioca Weasel, a little yin and yang. Jake, I'm not sure.
I'm an atheist. I'm totally an atheist.
You are.
I'm an apostate. I was on my way to becoming a minister. I was.
What's an apostate?
I was studying to become. I was studying to become part of the clergy.
I mean, sorry. My point is, like, you don't have to be an atheist to find your argument lacking.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
well, you know, when and forgive me because I tend to just say it like I say, hey, atheist. I don't mean everyone's an atheist. There's so many different definitions for it now, and you know, it's I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just kind of what I do.
Also, P-Town, I get it, because when I stopped being a Christian, I was still a deist, and the reason I was still a deist was because I was a student of physics and. And I looked at like the universe, and I'm like, yo, that's hardcore awesome, yo. Like, what? And I'm like, man, there's got to be a God. Okay, literally, that is the look at the trees argument. Look at the trees, in my opinion, is
no, it's so much more than that, Tapioca. Though you need to read your Bible.
Yeah. Bro,
God talks about this, bro. I'm not about this. I know you're dusty.
My problem with looking at the trees is not that I don't. I got better things than trees to look at. I got things way cooler than trees to look at. I got my atoms, and they're awesome. And
it's your dusty NIV off your shelf finally.
It's right here.
You would. I know.
It's right here.
We know you haven't been studying it, and you will see the revelatory power in it. Specifically,
girl, you don't know what I've been studying.
Well.
And
I don't think you're feasting too much reading your Bible. I think it was probably studying school stuff.
Right. Here's my NIV, and here's all the bookmarks in it. I have spent decades reading this thing. When I received this at 12 years old in my confirmation into the Methodist Church, I was on my way to becoming a minister, and the more I studied it, the more it didn't make any sense. And then I went and started studying the Jewish mythology. And that's when the poetry started making sense. And that's when I said, these are all just stories.
Oh, gosh.
So don't talk to me.
Jake,
have you read Howard Schwartz?
Those are weak tabs. You barely touched that thing, man.
Bro.
We need to have more conversations. You have not.
Have you read Howard Schwartz, Tree of Souls?
Some tabs, baby.
P-Town, you keep on saying we should have more conversations. Okay, I am a certified lazy person without any content on my channel, so I'm certainly not going to do it.
Hey, you can join me. I'm certified lazy too. My co-host quit because he got sick of dealing with atheists. So
my co-host is in chat and will yell at me so much if I go on your channel.
We are working on it.
So
Maya likes me sometimes.
She
All right, so
it
she
is.
doesn't.
It's
She hates
sometimes,
me,
but
but
no,
I
no,
still love her.
she does like you sometimes, but normally when I've been leaning on her.
Right.
P-Town, $32 on Amazon. $32 on Amazon. Go buy this book, Howard Schwartz, Tree of Souls. Okay, it is a breakdown of all the midrashes and all the Talmuds and all the things that aren't explained in the Bible from the
They're
Old Testament.
stupid. They're dumb.
No, they're not.
I
They're
deal with it
they
all
are the
every week, twice a
original.
week. No, they're not.
They are the original
You were
stories. Yes, they
deceived.
are.
You're deceived.
No.
No, they're nonsense,
These
man.
stories predate. These stories predate the New Testament.
I'm so.
They
I get that, but
predate
I'm so. I
the
get
New
that.
Testament.
I get that, but that's why Jesus came to say, "You're all a bunch of knuckleheads. What are you doing? This isn't what."
Okay, but
Oh my
God,
goodness!
like, hello, man.
but
I know God
Jesus
kinda doesn't want
believed
to-
in the Jewish religion. Jesus
Yeah.
was Jewish.
He said not
So you're
one jot or
calling Jesus
tittle
unrighteous.
should be removed from the law. Not one
Not
jot or
from the
tittle.
Talmud, dude. That's not the law. That's all made up rabbi nonsense. Hello, hello.
And it still
My goodness.
predates. It still predates
I don't
Jesus.
agree with you. Yeah, that's why Jesus came to say,
Oh my!
"Hello, you idiots. What are you doing adding to my word?" My goodness, guy. Like, I mean, Jake, this is 101 stuff.
Dude, I'm going back to the roots, and you're trying to tell
No, it's not
me.
rude. Go back to the Bible, not some Jewish nonsense.
Bro,
Come
most
on,
of the
man.
Bible is the Hebrew
The
Old Testament.
the entire Bible is Jewish nonsense. The entire thing is Old Testament and New Testament. It's all Jewish nonsense.
Also,
Use
sorry,
the real
real
Bible,
quick,
not the other side. And that
real quick,
God
real
damn.
quick.
Just mute everybody,
quick.
Doc.
Someone says, or someone said, Jesus came, so I'm obligated to play this.
Come.
No.
I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come. I have. Come.
No way! Oh my god!
That has got to be some Mormon shit.
By the way, I let my hair down, so if we were gonna do another iteration of the dance, I could do some heavy metal like head thrashing potentially. So,
Hey, I got the soundtrack for you.
For now, though, I am ready to play more because.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself because we've all just been going on a whole thing for like a while.
Again, in the last hour, we made it through a minute.
This is a stupid video, though. I mean, like, guys, really.
P-Town, shut up and listen.
Like, look
Really,
at
I
this,
thought you
though.
liked
I mean,
standing
what's
for
your
truth.
mission, guys? What are we really doing here? I mean,
To have fun.
This is
P-Town, straight up. We're having fun tonight.
Making fun of
a pothead.
Pothead here.
Yes.
All right,
okay.
I'll join in the fun. I have to
We're making
right.
fun of stupid
Exactly. You want to
creationist
join in the
arguments.
fun because he's a
That's what
pothead.
Sorry, this series is laughing at stupid creationist arguments. That's its purpose.
Well, I want you to change your purpose one day, Doc Dino. I still have hope for you.
No, creationists are stupid. Sorry.
Don't make up your mind yet.
Yep.
That you've assigned an age of millions, perhaps billions of years to.
The
How can
arguments
we
are
trust
stupid.
those ages? Bottom line is, we can't. In fact, multiple modern lava flows have been dated using radio dating methods, and invariably they came back with ages of millions to billions of years. Obviously, something is horribly, horribly wrong. And by claiming contamination after the fact, you just demonstrated how quickly and easily you are willing to reject your own based on the scientific methods of radio dating, which give rock-solid ages. Wait a minute.
Doc, can you pause it real quick?
Reliable or not?
Yeah.
Hey, Jackson, bro, come in here because I actually really want to. I actually tried to call in when you were on the show last time, and I'm pretty much a yak. Robert, yeah.
I mean,
Pretty
it
much.
is open invite. Whoever wants to join.
I have to go pee.
can
That
join. It's up
be
to
right
them.
back. So, Beamsy, be nice to me while I'm gone. All right, see you guys.
Well, right.
Ivy
And
Lou, I'm
here's
always
the
nice.
problem with what Juby just said. He said, modern lava flows have been dated. If you try and date modern lava flows, you're gonna get screwy answers. That's common knowledge amongst anybody that actually listens to what the experts say.
Yeah.
But that sounds like witchcraft.
As I've said before, anything under 1,000 years, you're going to get some really strange results.
Radiometric dating just doesn't work that way.
I mean, what is the youngest material we can carbon date, Beamsy? Do you know?
Oh, carbon dating can do 50 to 60 years.
Okay.
That's why carbon dating is a little bit different. The other problem with carbon dating is the reservoir effect. So it really depends on what you're dating.
And
if you date something that's only 50 years old, though,
material.
If you date something that's only 50 years old, though, it gives you a significant negative date in like the standard reporting units, because then you have to like go through the conversion table and like the everything. Is my understanding at least.
It's a pain in the ass to do, but yes, it can be done.
Also, the panel is growing.
And carbon dating only works on organic matter.
Howdy, Jackson. How's it going?
Doing pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Oh, not bad. Ready to hopefully finish this soon-ish.
Yeah, you guys been going for 3.5 hours.
Doc's like, what happened to the stream?
No, I know what happened. I asked for this, but
yeah,
the girlfriend is ready for bed, so.
Talk about shooting yourself in the foot.
Is it on fast forward? Put it on fast forward.
In fact, geologists really do pick and choose whatever dates they want.
Slow talkers.
Don't believe me? Just examine for yourself the radio dating history of the famous skull 1470. I covered this in part 21 of Complete Creation. Or check out the notorious dating of the famous Mars rock ALH 84001. When geologist Dr. Steve Austin from the Institute for Creation Research took samples of the lava dome that formed in Mount St. Helens in 1986, he had them radio dated using the potassium argon dating method. He got ages of 340,000 to 2.8 million years old.
That's because we don't date lava domes, you dunce.
I mean, obviously, I even knew that. I even knew that.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Steve Austin was the one I was thinking of. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
The man's a stone cold liar.
Maybe someday we should read through that paper on stream, just see how much nonsense it is.
You really just want to see me suffering, don't you?
Didn't Morris say dated the inclusion?
Also, gee, I think I might hit a new record for panelists. Hi, Ember.
Howdy. Now, what in blazes is going on in here?
Ember,
we're having a good old time.
well, we had a
Howdy,
dance
Ember.
party.
So what happened, Ember, was I got home. I saw the invite in Discord, and there went the neighborhood, because since I joined, we've gotten literally like 2 minutes of this guy done because ADHD.
You've been
weaseled. Hey, no. We just hit 3 minutes.
There's some dance parties in there.
There were dance parties. There were at least 3. We should do 4 though, because I got my gorgeous locks. I'll take it. It'll be great.
We'll do that at the end.
Yeah.
We'll do that at the end.
On rocks that were 10 years old. Well, Hanky and the folks at the No Answers in Genesis website just couldn't contain themselves, and they wrote, oh, I love this.
Hey, is he making fun of Answers in Genesis?
I think he might be. Is he wearing a fucking pot on his head?
Yeah, he's a pothead.
Yeah.
That hasn't been explained yet. Pot.
He's a pothead, and calling him a pothead is a family-friendly joke because he's wearing a pot on his head. So it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, please, this stream isn't BG. Hey, I did not derail the stream.
Yeah,
it happened
you
organically.
can't.
I did not either. Okay.
No,
I
you
came
can't
in.
call me Doc with DOC. You'd have to call me Doctor or something. He's Doc on this channel. He's going to be Doc with a DOC.
That's
So-
true. That's
Well,
in fact
I'm
to
Doc
make
with
things
the
easy.
DOK.
We should call
And that's what she meant.
the Lord of Weasels. We should refer to as Vandy when both docs are around.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
I mean, can also just say Dino and Weasel.
Yeah,
that would be disrespectful of your credentials.
I'm a doctor
mean,
of
I'm not a
geology,
real
so what about
doctor.
me?
Well, that's a good point. Should we refer to Beamsy as Dr. Beamsy from now on?
Well, I mean,
I'm a doctor
he
of
complains
theology.
whenever we call him a doctor. So
And Dr. Rowe? Dude, guys, we have to do the airplane meme where y'all go doctor, 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 doctor.
Here.
Doctor.
I mean, by that token, should we call you Minister Ember?
I've been called worse.
I mean, I'm the purest doctor here, though. I'm a doctor of doctorology.
That's true.
So, it says it right on screen. So,
and if it's written down, we know it's uncontrovertibly true.
This is my understanding of also how scientific papers work.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start putting doctor in front of my name.
Yeah, honestly, I did that. It suddenly became a mod on like 5 channels. It was crazy.
People be handing out
thought you
wrenches like
meant
candy.
just gradually keep adding authors, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Hey, if Kent Hovind can just randomly stick doctor in front of his name, why can't we all?
That's true.
Yeah, why not?
True.
Well, considering that the half-life of potassium-40 is fairly long, 1,250 million years, the potassium-argon method cannot be used to date samples that are much younger than 6,000 years old. A few thousand years are not enough time for argon-40 to accumulate in a sample at high enough concentrations to be detected and quantified.
Yeah, reading it with sarcasm was not true.
I'm not sure what to do here. AIG said something right.
What Answers in Genesis said that?
He's quoting Answers in Genesis.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, thanks for coming in.
If
facts that don't support
this
your
were
beliefs.
Dapper stream, we'd all have to take a drink.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this has happened on my channel before. AIG said something right.
They have too much content to be reliably wrong.
That's yeah. Stop the clock twice a day. Yeah.
Isn't AIG like a pet company? What are we talking
What'd
about?
you say?
Answers in
AIG is a
Genesis.
pet
Oh. Yeah, not the insurance company.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's an insurance company.
That's American Insurance Group. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry,
guys. Do we have to go through this? Go ahead.
I mean, you don't have to do it with us.
Oh, we want
if you
to.
Want.
P-Town.
Why do we subject ourselves to these things?
P-Town. Yeah, you're not going to get anybody on your side here. We're here to make fun of this video. That's the whole point.
Someone's going to come out with another video and say, "This is me here." Go ahead, let's do it.
I mean, attendance is optional. I'm not keeping any of you here. I think.
Also, you can, if you want, make a 10-second statement for the record about how you disagree with this, and then you can leave, and that is fine.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to leave. I just
okay.
Cause this is nuts, and you know it. Anyway, let's go on.
Yeah, I'll make fun of it too.
Did these guys stop to think before they wrote? Did they not realize that they just admitted in print that if the Earth is only 6,000 years old, that their radio dating methods will give a wrong, incorrect age of millions, perhaps billions of years? Did they not realize that they just handed over the entire debate on a silver platter to a guy wearing a pot on his head? God damn it. Oh, they really shot themselves in the foot this time.
Do it. Just do it. I'm not
No,
going to lie,
wrong
that's a
direction.
pretty good bit.
Plus, their claim gets more and more preposterous when you examine it. They said there was not enough time.
What the fuck is happening?
Why do you say I have a big
Ember, will you don't torture me like
Okay.
this.
So what? What he just said was we can't measure new volcanic rock because old rocks give us correct dates.
No, he's saying if everything's 6,000 years old, then obviously you won't be able to get it, and you'll just get nonsense like you got. That's what he's saying. Except you don't get nonsense. You get reliable data that is reinforced and it forms an extremely clear geologic record. The correlation is extremely robust, and everybody agrees, including young Earth creationists generally, in my experience, that at least it correlates to something about how the layers were laid down.
Doobie just wants an excuse to shoot his load over his own foot.
I just want to know what he's going to do with the water glass. Will someone press the button, please?
Okay.
Time for argon to collect. Well, actually, that wasn't the problem. That's like saying this glass of water actually only has 1 drop of water in it. But the amount is so small that our scientific equipment, which is insanely expensive, can't read that small an amount. That's why it shows the glass falsely as being full when in fact it only has 1 drop. What school did these guys go to? If your scientific equipment can't read that small an amount, it's going to read an amount of 0, not a full glass.
What?
If the potassium argon method really worked,
what is this guy on about? How does he not understand how any of this works?
Not
This
many,
is hard.
millions of years old. You've got it backwards, guys. Lastly, Hanky just admitted
Do you not understand about noise levels? Buy an oscilloscope, my man. Buy.
Tapioca Weasel, I'm trying to listen to the credible man here. With a ball on his head.
I moved my mic away so I can shout. Okay.
Tapioca Weasel is triggered. Officially triggered.
Oh my god!
I'm glad someone can express how I'm feeling.
I mean, our buddy did sure give that old straw man the one too, though.
Yes, he did. I feel violated just like that straw does.
Yeah, Ian Juby does have some expensive props.
If I may give a visual representation of Tapioca Weasel just now.
Oh, this is adorable. This weasel is all about it. It's like, hold on, there's something here. I can have fun here. Oh yeah, woo!
Oh, this video deserves way more views than that. It should be in the millions.
Yep.
Weasel dance party.
Pop goes the weasel.
You have no idea.
I want to do a dub over of that rant over that footage.
Yeah, that's gonna, Doc. When you start making shorts, you need to clip that one.
Oh. No, Doc, the number of shorts that we have provided content for in this stream alone with me dancing, it's happened on 3 different distinct, entirely separately meme-worthy episodes that have a narrative escalation to them. It's a whole thing.
There you go, Amber. There's a clip for you to have a look at quickly so you can catch up.
All right.
Yeah.
Radiometric dating. The assumption that the rock is millions of years old. Another subject you never hear brought up with radio dating is calibration. When a scientific
Oh my god!
is calibrated using
we never do that. Never.
You never hear that?
That's like literally like 80% of the discussion is how you calibrate the thing. That's where all the interesting science and everything is, and then you figure it out, and then you can date the rock.
Yeah,
No,
I'm a
first you gotta
layman.
wine it, then you gotta dine it, and then you can date the rock.
I'm a layman, and every time I hear about radiometric dating, I hear about calibration. What are you talking about?
Oh.
Every time I've heard it discussed. I've heard discussion about calibration and purging the chamber for stray material from previous tests. Oh my goodness.
That is the best clip I've seen easily all month, by the way.
Right?
The chaos just keeps growing.
So can anybody just like post that as like a thing on their channels? Because technically, since it's your channel, I think it's your intellectual property.
Yeah, but it references the original stream, so it's allowed. So yeah, if you just copy that, you can just post it as a community post.
How do you what,
Can
Doc?
I make a clip official?
I have no idea.
How do you do that?
You copy it, just like it's typed in the private. Just copy the whole thing, and then go to the community tab of your channel's page, and just make a post, and just paste it, and then post.
Boom. Oh,
Are
well,
you
that's
holding a
just
snake,
fantastic.
Jackson?
Yep, it is immortalized.
Jackson, is that snake?
Oh
Well,
yeah,
you're happy to see us.
it's a green mamba.
I don't know what that
Profile
means.
picture.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Known benchmarks. Well, when radio dating was invented, it was calibrated using the ages assigned to the rocks by evolutionary theory. Ages that were arbitrarily assigned.
I don't think that's quite right.
No.
I don't think that's right.
I'm pretty sure it has to do with radioactive decay.
That's only because we've all been receiving steady checks from the man to shill for them, except for P-Town, maybe.
I wish. Yeah, I didn't get jack.
Yeah,
I haven't gotten any
now
checks
I'm
either.
poor.
If I could.
Well, I must have get
Where's
them
my
mixed up with
shill
my
money?
NASA.
P-Town, we'll talk. I can get you some shill money. You're gonna have to change your tune on some things, though. Okay, you understand me? Okay, we have an agenda to enforce here for the secret Illuminati elite.
We're Freemasons, you know.
Just I will
Indeed.
take some butt spankings. Just
Oh,
pay
shit,
my $5,000 mortgage.
Well, that's a whole different website.
I fucking love you, P-Town.
Look, I don't have an account on there yet. We'll work on that.
Let's go.
I do need somewhere to upload my 1,000 subscriber special.
Although Dino,
Live that one.
since the fact that you're a dino, does that technically mean lizard people confirmed?
More like bird person.
Birds aren't real.
True
For
facts.
example, in 1905, we knew that the dinosaurs were 8 million years old. In 1927, we knew that the dinosaurs were 30 million years old.
No, we
in
did.
1941, we knew
No.
that the dinosaurs were 150 million years old.
No.
Just as the ages of the dinosaurs.
Did he just say 150 years old?
Right. All of them. They're all the same age, okay? They all went to school together and like went to prom together and everything.
Absolutely.
Can confirm my prom date was a Herrerasaurus. What the shit?
Wait.
For fuck's sake. But that's
Oh wait, we only have
that
3 minutes
seems-
left. Oh yes.
That
I
seems
thought
like the
this was like-
opposite of arbitrary, though. Like, the numbers are moving. They're not just, fuck it, that's the number, we're done, you know? It's almost like people are trying to figure out a real value of something, or, I don't know.
And the rock layers that are in have changed over the years, so have the ages of the radio dating methods used to date those rocks. It's changed right along with our knowledge and what we know about the age of the rocks. If the radio date does not line up with the evolutionary assumptions, the radio date is assumed to be incorrect and it is thrown in the garbage. Radio dates are cherry-picked. It's just part of the system. In fact, in what has to be the ultimate irony, we can calibrate the radio dating methods. The Ewan Carrot lava flows, the Mount St. Helens lavas, the Hawaiian lava flows, all of these lava flows can be used to calibrate radio dating methods. Yet, instead of accepting the obvious conclusion that a radio dated 1.3 billion years old.
Random result.
Nope.
Please don't pause it. Oh gosh.
Well,
This is painful.
This is the point where he just goes straight into, oh, this is obviously how you should do the science in this particular case. Like, when you just come out, like, straight and you're like, well, what you need to do is completely change your calibration system to just use these three things as 3 points on a line and go boom.
Okay,
I want to...
The reason why they use Pompeii and Mount Vesuvius is because we had dendrochronology, we had carbon-14, we have...
Historical records.
We have all these things that actually give you an approximate date. And they said, oh, we'll do these tests and get it within about 90 years. We got it within 7.
Yeah.
We got it within like 7 months, I think, for some of them, like in recent rounds. They've dated that to within the correct part of the... They've gotten to within a few months. They definitely within the calendar year. They knew it was what was it, 79 AD?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, 7980.
And there are some places where they can get the year, and then because of other patterns, if they can figure it out, because of like pollen accumulation compared to other recent times, that gives you a relative time frame that can sometimes be accurate to within a few months or a month or something. But it's something that you have to bootstrap because it only tells you like the time of year, but it doesn't necessarily tell you which year. So if you can get it down to which year, then you can use this finer scale. And that's how calibration chains work.
Yeah, and
fun shit.
Like I won't go super crazy into it, but we've done carbon dating with the Mount Vesuvius eruption.
Yeah.
And an interesting thing is we've done it multiple times, and one of the times got the wrong answer. The dates swung to an average of about 8,000 years.
Huh.
But not only was that expected, but we knew why it would happen. Because that dating method basically dated preserved mortars from Pompeii. It's like part of a mortar and pestle to grind flour and stuff, which had been exposed to volcanic gases. And Beamsy, is there anything that volcanic gases contain a lot of that might bias radiocarbon samples?
No, it's not like it releases a large amount of carbon dioxide or anything. It just nah.
That'd be crazy.
Who could
so
ever
it biased
expect
those
that?
results. But a separate study, well, I mean, they did it to prove that it could bias the results. And a separate study did carbon dating on a bottle of preserved olive oil that had remained untouched from the air for 2,000 years.
Ooh.
And I think they got it to within about 30 years of the Mount Vesuvius eruption.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I would love to
So
ask
since-
some good questions, but I just want to get through this thing.
So since he mentioned dinosaur bones, that reminded me of another thing. Did you guys know that Donnie Badinsky from Standing for Truth wrote a book with Matt Naylor, Matt Powell, and a few others?
I've only heard about it from you atheists.
Wait, like published a book?
Yeah, it's self-published, but it is available on Amazon. And
You guys got a few.
Who is this?
Donnie from Standing for Truth.
Contested Bones?
Yeah.
It's Genesis verified, but it does have an interesting solution to why we find certain species in certain geological layers. And I'll share my screen if you want to peek, Doc.
I'm
not sure which one of them it was who came up with this, but yeah, the fossils move through the geological layers. That's the solution. The fossils just take a hike.
Really?
They shuffle themselves
Okay, that's
all right. I'll go out there and just say that's silly.
Nuts. Yeah,
Yes,
thank you. Yes. See, this is what I'm saying, P-Town. We totally have common ground.
Look. I'll tell you. There's and that's why I wanted to talk to Jackson Rowe. I mean, if I can verify some of the things that are presented to me,
then oh my gosh, it's gonna be miserable. I'll have to be an evolutionist, which is just. I mean,
there are a
if
lot
it's
of
proven to
older
me,
civilizations,
I'm not.
like you can have your faith while accepting the science.
But that just sucks.
exactly.
Dr. Dino.
Yeah.
That
Why?
worldview sucks because I've been just living
Why?
such a glorious life. Ever since
I want to see more of the pothead. Let's see more of the pothead.
Oh, please.
We got 2 minutes. We can do it.
Let's finish him off.
Let's go.
Really means the rock is only 1,000 years old. The radio dates are rejected out of hand with lame
What are these red
excuses.
tubes,
Why?
man?
Because we need millions and millions and millions of years for evolutionary theory to work.
Condom
In
prototype.
fact, in my
mostly.
debate with Dr. David
Look at
Coroner
all the
from Northern
cameras.
Arizona State University,
And all the cameras.
I have challenged him and offered to drive all the way down to Arizona so that he and I could take a sample of the Ewan Carrot lava flows and put it through any radio dating test he wanted in order to calibrate and test the
One
system.
sample.
He
But he
declined.
knew how stupid that was.
Because he already knows that any radio dating method he uses is already going to produce an age which is incorrect by millions or billions of years. Look, you can call radio dating methods anything you
God.
want, as long as you don't use words, like reliable, trustworthy, scientific, or correct.
I hope you enjoyed this video.
Yeah,
Please
so
make sure to
if
hit
I
that
use
like
a
button. It
sextant
really
at
does help.
night
And subscribe
and
if you
try to
enjoy
get
the content and
a
want to see
negative
more,
reading for
and
where the
find
sun
more
is,
of us on our main
it's
channel
not
on
going to be
Team
super
Stand for
accurate.
Truth.
Wait, we're done?
This is Batman. Until
Well,
next time.
just wait.
Oh, gosh.
That's how it ends.
Wow.
Oh.
Standing for truth.
I thought it stood for stupid fucking toddlers.
That too.
Oh, actually, you all missed a great bit right at the beginning. There's been a few bits.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, what's up?
Okay.
What was that? What?
I don't know.
Why is my life like this? Why am I exposed to these people?
Why would they leave that in? I don't understand.
Why did they leave a lot of it in?
Oh.
Wait,
Like the
shall I
music-
return to the
Oh,
porno
Jesus.
music? Like it's
I thought my productions were bad.
like
Really more, though, Doc?
what was that?
What was that?
Why-
I'm sorry. No, I can do it. Let's
Look,
do it.
I wanted to hang out with.
Oh, wait,
okay,
I gotta put it on screen.
Oh gosh.
We have to make it grow. It
Oh,
must
man.
extend.
What are you doing in the back?
All right, let me put everyone with the camera together. Okay, are y'all ready?
Are we all
Everyone
Hell yeah.
got dance.
Hell yeah.
Oh, we're dancing?
This.
I actually really want to get in this.
All right.
I'm kind of laying in
If you
bed,
want,
so
you
it's going to be
can.
hard to dance.
All right, let's begin. well, it's got to get to the music first.
Well, you said begin. I don't know if we're going to hear
Doc,
everything.
look at you. You've lost so much weight.
Since the start of the video.
Oh well, the audio from the original is just gone now.
It's all his dance moves.
It's so
Oh, God.
buried and
This is
gone.
ridiculous.
The funny thing is, it seems to have extended everything.
It just keeps growing.
Are we going meta with this now?
I think so. All right. Well,
That was an
thank you
adventure.
for joining me, everyone. Some of us later than others, but that's fine.
Hey Doc.
Yeah.
I put a StreamYard link in a YouTube, whatever thing there in the private chat. Since I'm assuming you wouldn't ever make me a mod, because I'm a yak. But I do want to. Can you post it for me?
Oh shit! You
I
don't
would
have
like
to.
to-
You don't.
Sure.
You don't have to put the victim mentality in every sentence. Just saying.
Sure.
Can you make me a mod, Doc, please?
I'll just post it. You've
Okay.
been a decent sport, so there. If you wanna listen to people, or if you wanna fight with P-Town, or listen to people fight with P-Town, go ahead and join them there.
I'm not gonna fight. When have I fought with anybody?
See, just there. That was fighting. You just fought there.
All
You
right,
know,
all right.
It's,
Well,
it's very
I'll work
tame.
on
Maybe
it.
let's go from bottom to top. Just
That was
thoughts
mostly
on
a joke.
what
Come on.
you've seen tonight.
Dr. Dinah, I
So-
know your girlfriend's waiting for you. Remember, no sex before marriage. All right, it's the way that God ordained it.
So he's a top or he's a bottom?
You're supposed
I'll
to
take
go.
that under advisement.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, the way to go is wait 4.5 years like P-Town. Telling you, from experience.
If you do run into trouble, though, Doc, remember I can absolve your sins.
I'm telling you, so
Nice.
you'll have a lovely,
For
long-lasting
now, Ember,
relationship.
you have any thoughts? Go ahead.
I'm kind of sad I missed the earlier part, but also kind of glad because I'm not sure my brain could handle it.
Wow, it was
bad. Something.
You missed Raw Matt's whole presentation.
I did too.
Probably
I
for the
also
best.
missed that. But you also missed the beginning of my gorgeous, gorgeous body.
It's true.
We just
but
got-
now it'll live forever in the clips.
We just got four views of it.
Forever. Yeah, it will.
Forever.
We got yeah.
And how about you,
Clipception.
Jackson? You have any thoughts?
Yeah, I with that guy Ian Juby, I've seen his videos for years. I've never liked his attitude. There's just something really off-putting about him. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, he sucks.
yeah, he does. But anyway,
He's an idiot and he's arrogant.
He's a hack. He's a hack just parroting what other people have said. He's a hack.
Yeah.
I like his
Anyway.
hat though.
Thanks for having me on.
Jackson, are you gonna come hang out for a minute?
Yeah, I might.
Can you put
Yeah, I
the
will.
StreamYard link in there?
Is it in the private chat?
Doc? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
you have
in
it in the
the
private
private
chat.
chat.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, yeah.
Then how about you, Jake? Any thoughts?
Doc, thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me join in. Dr. T, it's always a blast hanging out with you. Glad to see you, Ember. Jackson Rowe, just caught that video with Aaron earlier. I want to say again, you did a fantastic job. That was a cool thing to sit through, man. I really enjoyed it.
Thank
you.
Had a great time. Beamsy, always entertaining with you.
And where's the shout out for P-Town, Jake? Nothing?
Oh, you know what? No. Thank you for calling me out on that, P-Town. P-Town, you are a decent dude, and the only thing I would ask of you is just follow the actual evidence, man. Follow the actual evidence. But you're a decent enough guy. You don't have to give up your faith. I was raised religious, but still scientifically minded. You don't have to give up your faith to realize the truth and the facts, man.
I know. Despite my reputation, Jake, I'm open to all the evidence. I know that my reputation precedes me, but Jackson Rosen put me straight. Watch. I actually really like his stuff.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I do. I think.
But
I
what
think
if
you
he
do a good
puts you
job.
gay?
That would be pretty tough. I know. But remember, make sure you tell your lady tonight. You are waiting until we walk down the aisle.
Oh, that was so. It was funnier for me because I didn't get it immediately, and then I got it at like the perfect comedic timing.
I probably didn't get it.
All
I
right.
apologize. All right.
Come join Ember.
Instead of getting you
Beamsy,
straight,
you
he would get you gay.
Beamsy, did you actually post the link to my show I'm about to launch right now?
Yeah, it's in
That was
chat.
really nice of you. You've never done something nice for me before. That's really sweet. It means so much.
Let's
Come
see.
join Beamsy.
You guys want to?
Senor Tapioca, I think it is your turn next. Any thoughts? Want to scream at me for putting you through this?
No, I have a lot of self-loathing in my past, let's say. So this is
we all do.
I co-host a show with Maya on Maya's channel on Sundays called Bad Science Sundays, and you saw our most recent episode, I think, right? Because we were talking about we got Hans Wormhat here saying that just zebras are fake, are just horses with paint on them. Just paint. They're just painted horses, you guys.
Amazing.
So you got to go check out my that was episode 25. We have 25 other episodes of Bad Science. I mean, and here's the thing. Maya will not let us go to the bottom of the barrel, which is just straight up flat Earth. Okay,
Gotta
we've
have
done
standards.
Hollow Earth, but you don't need to have standards. Okay, I don't have standards.
Here, I'll go ahead and post the link. Check it out, folks. It's fun. It actually starts off really cute, which took me by surprise. Before it,
it is so
tosses you into a brick wall with a cannon.
Yeah, yeah, and like this is somebody I have a flat Earth friend who I might be doing a stream with actually on Thursday. Last time I talked with him, I convinced him that outer space makes sense. So this time I'm hoping to convince him that Polaris. Yeah, I call my shots very carefully though. But yeah, no, you should go check it out. It's on Pitch Lumen's channel. He's the flat earther.
Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan. He's a really nice guy.
I've seen Mark Reed have a chat with him. He seems like he wants to learn.
He's a genuinely curious person, which is so rare for flat earthers. It's why I'm willing to put in the time, because I'm like, he's pretty smart. Like if you watch the whole stream, it's like a 2-hour stream, but I would make like the first two premises, and then he would conclude the argument and be like, oh, well, that means that if you had both of those particles and they had this much energy, that no matter what, they would none of them would ever reach the top. So you would have an area at the top, which is always a vacuum. And he was the one who finished the argument that said you can have a gas next to a vacuum, and understood that was the argument he made. It was
wow. Yep, flat earthers never get that.
I call my shots very, very well, in my opinion. Only flat earther that I have encountered that I think would get that. Most of the other ones say that they can disprove gravity using a Van de Graaff generator, and then I just have a stroke.
Yep.
Because that was my grandfather. I just have a stroke and then I bail. Okay, I'm done.
All right. You have any comments, Pete Down? Or do you want to share them for
I
your
didn't even think
after
about.
show, I guess we can call it?
Yeah, come join if you guys want to hang out with a bunch of heathens in P-Town and talk about science and talk about God, hopefully. Come if you want to learn about Jesus. Right, Jake? You ready?
Yeah. I have to get to bed. I have to get up for work in the morning. So.
Well, everyone's welcome.
My body is ready.
Tapioca Weasel, you're coming, right?
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right, cool. All right, have a good night, everyone. God bless.
All right. And
And you as well.
Beamsy, my dear
I'll be
co-host,
there
do
also.
you have any parting words?
Parting would be butt cheeks, but that would be a bit too gay for that one.
We're all gay down here.
What can I say? I call my
butterfly. I need a damn rainbow something.
Yeah, what can I say? I
Damn it, Beamsy.
I speak church and state, so that way I can keep them separated.
I hope you know that my first channel sticker is going to be a "God damn it, Beamsy."
Damn it, Beamsy.
I'm not sure if it should just be a Doge bonking you, or if it should be something more fancy.
I just want to say, if you turn my dances into shorts and then get a bunch of subs, you should consider putting a dancing weasel as one of your emojis.
Oh, hell
You know what?
yeah.
I'll do that. If it happens, I'll do that.
Yeah, that's
watch,
a
2
thing at
days from now, I got 5,000.
the Renaissance fairs around the world. Our local one just concluded. I don't go to it because the owner is a really horrible, very criminal person. But one of the performers there, who also goes to Michigan Renaissance Fair and Tennessee and Florida and a couple others, he goes by Emrys Fleet, and he has Wilbur the Dancing Weasel. It's just a dead weasel on a string, but it's fucking hilarious.
Oh no!
Fantastic.
Well, that was actually quite painful to go through, and just how many misconceptions were represented in the entire thing. But anyway, I've got to take painkillers and get some sleep.
Yeah, same here. Oh.
Night, everybody.
All right. See you guys.
Thank you,
Most of
everybody.
you. Amber, you too.
Okay.
You're welcome. All right.
Have a great
All
night
right.
or day, wherever you are.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can
live
get
long and prosper.
if you don't have